was provide paint scheme to reduce visibility and coordinate colors between Hay Barn, Tack Shack, and Tack Room. Do we have, oh, I see Kevin there. Hi, Kevin.
Hi, good morning.
You want to kind of walk us through what kind of changes were made on this? I can just tell me what page you want me to go to. And
I believe it's on the site plan and perhaps the elevation of the elevation sheet there. And oh, there it is. So the photos, if you go back to the photo sheet.
Yep.
So what we did is the main thrust of the comments was to paint the containers a consistent color. So a gray color was suggested. So we went with this Sherwin-Williams grizzle gray.
Grizzle gray.
And
good enough. Yeah, this is good enough. This is what we asked. We got the paint chip. I think we're ready to go with this project.
Okay. Are there any other changes, Kevin?
Nope, that's it.
That's it. Just the color. Okay. Well, then I think you're all set. We will provide you with preliminary and final approval once we get to that point. So thanks for showing up.
All right, appreciate it. All right, thank you.
All right. It's 9 o'clock. And where are we? So do we have a quorum yet? I see Josh just popped up. Kaylee's here.
Remember, Kaylee, let's take a look at your face.
You know, I think my light bulb went out on my camera this morning. I'm so sorry. I'm going to move around and see if I can fix it. But good morning. I'm happy to be here.
Right.
Nice to meet you.
Okay. So we do have a,
yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. We have a quorum, right?
yep, exactly. So we do have a quorum. So we will convene the SBAR meeting of October 2nd, 2020. Beginning with public comment. If there's anyone that would like to speak on an item that is not on today's agenda, please raise your hand or speak now. Anything from you, Leah? Requests?
Nope, nothing on my end.
Okay.
Leah, I have a question.
Hi, Josh. Good morning.
Good morning. What was the, you sent an email with a separate item. Can you explain what that is real quick?
An email with a separate item.
Letter?
It's just item number 2. Item 1's continued and item 3 has, okay, never mind. It just, I had like I guess I was looking at the wrong email, sorry.
Oh, okay, all right.
Okay, so on our agenda, item number 2 is the agenda status report.
So Mr. Chair, other than that one change to have that item formally continued to the 16th, I don't have any other changes to today's standard agenda.
Okay, so that's item 1 will not be heard today. It will be on the 16th.
Do I need a motion to approve the changes to the agenda?
Yes, please.
Okay, somebody want a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor? Say aye.
Hi.
Aye. Okay, I see Valerie's joining us.
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, Valerie.
Do we know if John will be here today?
Yes, he should be.
Okay, so moving on to the minutes from the meeting of September 18th. Josh, you want to take over
Sure.
driving?
Yeah, just give me the stick, whatever it is.
And Josh, I already have you as co-chair, so whenever you're ready.
Oh, I have to do that this time. Cool. Share screen.
Okay, so there are comments on number 1, right? I mean, the item we're going to see today. Okay. And okay, I'm fine with those comments on number one. I'm not sure if somebody else has other comments on that.
Hold on one second. I'm moving a little slow here. Return with proposed color scheme. Okay.
Bless you.
Okay. Item 2.
I think for item 2, I have to recuse myself. I don't know how it works online or on Zoom.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And 3 and 4. And
I think Kaylee should recuse from the whole thing because she was not present at the meeting.
yes.
Okay.
Again, easy start, Kaylee.
Yeah.
Okay, I think number 2 looks pretty good to me.
Okay. I would just say, I mean, item F, study front entry walkway. We're not really study doing what with it. I don't remember. Do you?
Yeah, what it is like it's just between the driveway and the house. There's a little bit of a chaotic.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Didn't really line up.
There's like 2 entries.
Yeah,
One
all
to
of
the
them.
fountain and
Yeah, applies to all of them really. They have a little bit of a chaotic relationship between the site plan and the floor plan. It seems like uncoordinated. Anyway, but I think that's good enough.
Okay.
Okay, so a story post required for this one right here, right? The number lot 1, right? Is that what we decided? That's what that says, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
that's what it says.
Okay, all right. Let's move on.
You know, on item 3, letter B, it seems like the restudy of the tower has been mentioned each time, but nothing really happens. Do we need to be more specific? Or is this specific enough?
We could just add tower element is unsuccessful.
I think the comments were really not that this, it was how the detailing of the tower went together. I think that's what Alex and I were talking about, was like, there's some wood framed trellises and other things on the other part of the project. I think the suggestion I remember giving was to use those to kind of frame the support of the roof and the columns.
Well, it does say that. It just says in terms of massing, materials, I guess, and
Yeah.
and overall.
I think it's I think the comments fine.
Okay, that's fine.
The cohesiveness of the design is meant to kind of get it to bring it in so it starts to fit with the rest of the
Yeah, right.
building, right?
I think it's a good comment.
It's a little open-ended, but I think that's good.
Okay.
They should be able to interpret that. I think we had enough discussion on it.
So I think item J should be on all of these. I think we wanted to see colors on site for all the. So Joe, maybe we can, add letter J to all of these preserved lots. And a suggestion of earth tone colors.
Yeah, I know that I have it. I'm looking, I have it for item 2 above, but I'll make sure right now that it's included on the rest of them. Yeah,
Oh,
it's
I see.
item E for lot 1.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like it's on, I think, most of them.
Okay, I missed the first one.
Okay, how about number 4, lot 3?
All right, we also had mentioned that we wanted to see the materials shown in some of the 3D renderings.
Yeah,
I mean, I think they need to, bring those massing studies into more material studies so we can actually see what this thing looks like. And that we talked about that quite a bit. On all
So
of
that
these.
would be item F on this one. Does item F on number 4 look appropriate to incorporate for the rest of these?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then just
Okay,
while we're
I will.
here, on item 3, we go from D to J. A, B, C,
Oh.
D, J.
Thank you. I will adjust that.
that was good.
It's a copy paste issue. A
Yeah.
lot of copy paste.
Okay, how about number 5? How are we doing there?
Oh.
On C, if you eliminate the word board suggest, so you say use of earth tone colors to help blah blah blah.
Okay, got it.
On E, A-style roof, are we clear on that? Because she's not wanting to come back.
Yeah,
It's not acceptable.
it's not acceptable.
Okay, I'll change that to not acceptable.
Which item was that? Sorry.
It's,
Or number.
E, letter E, number 5.
it's a hard line, but we did take that line on the other development. Where was it? The preserves, right? And I think it's a consistency of the board. I think it's important because otherwise we go back and forth, and I think it's important to have that clarified there, the S-style thing. Okay. Okay, are we done with 6?
Yeah, it looks like there are
Okay.
similar comments for all of them for the most part. 7 looks fine.
Okay. And the last one,
So for the future, I think we should try to limit the amount of comments that say one member feels, because that's just
Yeah,
easily
I
ignored.
agree. I don't.
Yeah, we need to hash that out.
yeah, I think maybe the opposite of that would be the majority of the board supports the blah blah blah. I think that would be a better way to put it. So right,
Mhm.
and I mean we should take a straw poll to decide among ourselves. Like this is only one person, or if it's 2, then that's kind of like a minority opinion.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's just easy to ignore for an applicant.
Right. But actually, in that case, we should go back to item number 1, because letter B says one member believes the mass bulk and scale is appropriate for site and neighborhood. That's a pretty strong statement for something that other members are not sure about. So
So yeah,
I think that should be changed, if that's going to be our new method of minutes, that we discourage highlighting one member.
Well, I believe, was I the member that said that?
Yeah, probably.
I don't mind deleting that they can be all together.
Yeah, because C kind of addresses that too. Some members have concern with the proposed increase in height.
That's fair. That's fair.
Okay. Thanks, Val.
Okay, I got rid of that one.
Okay.
So on item 8, then it will take
On a public hearing, like
take A,
60 people just saw you do that.
and then we can put B. It will be the majority of the board supports the east elevation as presented.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
then eliminate the A.
the one member, yeah.
Okay, so we're removing item A,
Mm-hmm.
and then we're changing B to say the majority of the board supports the east elevation as presented.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, got it.
Okay, with that, I'll make a motion to approve the amended minutes.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
I
And one abstention from Kaylee.
Thank you.
Okay. SBAR members, informational briefings. Anyone have anything to say?
I have something to say. I need to leave at 10:15 for the housing conference. I'm a panelist in regarding the objective design standards, which we're going to discuss. So I'll be gone for about a couple of hours, and then I'll come back. Hopefully, by the time I come back, you'll be almost done with the agenda.
Very tight. All right. Also, I have a few things. We have a pretty full agenda today, so we may end up needing a lunch hour or at least half an hour. So those who are tuning in that are later on in the agenda, we may, starting with, I don't know, item 6 or 7, we may not get to you until after 1 o'clock. So just so you are aware, you might want to monitor for a little while to see how quickly we go, but we have a lot of, again, contentious projects, and hopefully we won't be so long-winded this time, which brings me to my spiel today, which is, hold on. These meetings are going way too long and taking way too much time, so I'm bringing down the hatchet, and I'm gonna use the mute button as my gavel. If more than 2 people are talking, or if somebody is just babbling on, then I'm not going to hesitate to I have a mute all button right here. And I'm going to first try to say, hey, try to wrap it up or change your approach or something. And if there's no success there, I'm just going to mute and try to hit the reset button a little bit. So we're going to try to limit our presentations to 12 minutes, maybe 15. And for board members, please, while the presentation is happening, formulate your questions, write some shorthand notes down so that when we get to questions, you're ready. And then ask pointed questions to the applicant, and then direct precise comments to myself and to Joe. And we need to limit our time, waxing philosophical. This is not an architectural philosophy class. So let's just try and stay on target here a little bit better than we have been lately for the past few months. Okay, any questions? All right, moving on. Member recusals, we got one from Alex. Anyone else have to step down for any items?
This is Josh. I need to step down for item number 1.
Okay. Thank you, Josh.
By the way, Chris, you could also mention that we have this streaming live on YouTube still, right?
Yeah.
So if anybody wants to monitor this to keep up with the schedule, this is another method of keeping an eye on things. Join us at the right time if you're
And
in the
also,
afternoon schedule.
thank you. Also, if you are not speaking or about to speak, please mute yourself so we can limit the background noise that's taking place. Okay, so that's our recusals. Item 6, staff update. Joe?
I don't have any updates for today.
Okay, item 7, the consent agenda. We had one item, that's the Hearts Therapeutic Relocation Project, which really only had to provide a paint scheme, which we accepted and is therefore granted preliminary and final approval by myself and Alex.
I so move, Mr. Chair.
Okay, move to approve.
Need a second?
Oh, I'll second, yeah, second. Favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. And now we are moving on to the standard agenda. As we said, item number 1 will not be heard today, but will be heard on the 16th. That's the Melodious Plots Everbloom Cannabis Cultivation. And we'll move on to item number 2, which is the Sanders addition, which we've heard a few times before. Request of William Groden. For final approval of a 225 square foot addition to an existing 1,700 square foot house. No grading proposed, no trees proposed for removal. This is at 2387 Whitney Avenue in Summerlin. Last heard September 18th. William, I saw you up there earlier. Are you with us?
Yes, Chair, I am, if you can hear me.
Okay, yep, we can hear you. So Josh will bring up your set of plans. And you can begin whenever you're ready. Just actually, hold on. We do have 2 comments from the last time. First comment, nice proposal. Second, return with additional exterior lighting, architectural and landscape details, include materials and color board. So why don't you walk us through any changes you made and then show us your lighting details, landscape, etc.
Okay, so no changes with the exception of added drawings. I also got to Travis a cut sheet for the lighting that I left off of the reflected ceiling plan. I'm not sure if you guys got that or not.
Yes, we did.
Okay, so oh, I can't go through. Okay, let me see where we're at. Yeah, so there's a reflect. I was asked to give the reflected ceiling plan of where the lighting was on that last page that you were just on, and
So you gotta tell me where you want this to go.
It flashed up. It was a reflected ceiling plan, and it had a cut sheet on it. If you go to that, okay. So on the drawing on the right hand side shows the where the down lighting is, and it's called out, and then the step lighting that is also it has a cut sheet is on the walkway of the 2. If I could control the mouse, I guess 2. How do I? The garage has 2 step lighting attached to it there, and those are down lighting as well. So everything is downlit. There's nothing pointed up, and it's all within. Actually, around the main part of the house, there's a fin that extends out of the house that is actually meant to do that, to actually help light down as well as give shading inside the house. And then there's the other question was details and materials and window details.
Before you do that, do you have any landscape lighting at all proposed?
No.
Okay.
No, we're almost doing no landscaping. There's nothing really going on except for where we touch the footing. But other than that, we're not proposing any landscape. I mean, there is landscape, but it's very little.
Okay, we'll get to that.
And it's shown on a landscape plan there. If you now you can jump out of this one and go back to your regular one if you don't mind. There's a
Landscape on page 6, if you want to get into that.
thank you. I'm having a little bit of trouble seeing that, and I have it on my other computer. So the only landscaping that is proposed is right next to the house on the entry on that walkway of the steps. You come in on the driveway straight ahead. there's concrete pieces with DG or pebbles put in between the pieces to match the rest of the house. It already has a lot of existing pebbles, and we just are matching what's there, but we're cutting up the right in front of the garage, that parking area, because it's pretty damaged from movement, and we're gonna cut that up and put pebbles in between it and make it also pervious. And then the other location that there is landscaping is on the far right hand side of on the page, on the far right hand side of the house, and that is called out there. I think there's about 7 of them, 7 simple plants. Everything we're doing is super simple, and there's not much going on. There's already all the existing landscaping that's around it is mature, and it's just going to stay. So we're just really hitting the house. And then if you want to go to the other question you guys had was about details. So if you want to go down the page to the details, there's materials called out, and then keep going all the way. Like, I'm not sure what page off the top of my head.
Well, you have sections on 15 and details on 18.
Thank you. That's correct.
18, 19.
Yeah, those 18 and 19, yes. Okay, right, you can stop right there, actually, if you don't mind. So that's showing the material around all of the fascias are wrapped in metal. The roofing is matching existing. It's a great composite. The windows are Western windows, and they're the anodized, I believe. And then there's a slate gray hardy board for the siding. And then the architectural drawing details are 1 or 2 more pages down. Yeah, so here's the fascia. That's the way the fascia is working, and that's the metal that was shown on the page before, and that's wrapped on the lower right hand drawing. It's wrapped on the exterior, and it's also on the fascia of the roof, both sides, all sides, I should say. And then I can't see that little drawing over there. Let me move this guy. Oh, and then the drawing on the bottom left hand side shows the hardy board actually goes up right to the roof line with just flashing coming over the top of it. And then if you go down, I should have window details in there. Yeah, so yeah, there you go. That continues all of the. Yeah, these are just the window details, and
Great.
there's not much other than the hardy board, the metal wrapping, and the windows and doors. And those are the exterior shots. This is existing.
And the colors are where?
I'm sorry.
The colors.
The colors?
Yeah.
Color board.
They're on the materials board. I think that was page 17.
Oh yeah. So that's it. Yeah.
Okay.
That's it. It's pretty simple. There's not a lot of, we're not really even painting. Everything, all the paints are pre-finished.
Okay. Great.
Just
Thank you very much.
Yeah, just a note if you don't mind, Mr. Chair, to the applicant, when you do consult with your planner. The county has a kind of interesting way of doing this material board thing and how they approve it and how you keep it on your job site. So just make sure you get clear about how it's usually separated from your application for some reason, or at least from the drawing set rather. But if you have it included in your drawing set, it might work both ways, and you just need to make sure you have that right, okay?
Great, I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Yeah, just check in with your planning staff will help you with that.
Okay, so let's move, if that's all for the presentation, move to questions from the board. Member Froscher?
Yes, I have a quick question. Your downlighting that's in the soffit, it's in the lower roof, not in the upper roof. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yes, that is correct. And they're the only place it's in the, what you would, I guess you would, yes, that's where it is. But it is on the, you can almost see it in the drawing. It's actually drawn on the, right above that door over there
Right.
on the left-hand side. That is the, I guess it would be, that's the only roof. So it's either in the lower roof or the only roof.
Okay,
And those are
thank you.
correct. If that's Mr. Chair that's controlling the light mouse.
Okay.
Okay,
Any other questions, Val?
nope.
Okay, Member Peugeot, questions?
No, I'm ready to move on this.
Okay, Member Verdiak, questions?
No, no questions.
New member Grubb, do you have any questions?
No questions.
And Vice Chair Bloomer.
Just a bit of philosophical. No, I'm just kidding. Nothing. I have a question about philosophical discussion.
Yes, sir.
Do we have
Yes,
time to
go
screw
right
around,
ahead.
Chris?
I like the philosophical questions. Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, so back to public comment. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? Raise your hand or do something to get our attention. Nope, seeing no one. Back to the board for comments. Member Froscher. Oh, let's just say, does anyone have any comments?
No,
Ready to move.
Okay, I have just a few little things. So the landscape is, well, I guess, it's minimal. As you said, almost too underdeveloped, but maybe that's how they want it. I didn't see any irrigation information. And also you're using the WUCALS, low, medium, and high water use, which is for the city. So basically when you get to going in to the building department, you're gonna need to deal with a little bit of WELO stuff, probably the Appendix D. So again, talk to your planner about what's going to be necessary there. You're gonna need to at least, if it's existing irrigation to remain, you'll need some notes. You'll have to do a little bit of calculation to show what your plan is for water use in the landscape and in the house. And then I was just gonna suggest like doubling the number of Liriopes. One and then 2 feet later, another one. It's just not a good look. It's just too minimal. So if you're gonna go with a straight line stuff, you might wanna just increase the quantity. It'll look a little bit better. It's just a suggestion. So.
I actually appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, someone wanna make a motion?
I am.
I will.
Good.
Go ahead now.
Okay, motion for preliminary and final approval as suggested, as
This is just for final,
presented,
just final approval.
final approval. Okay.
Okay,
I'll second.
okay, all those in favor?
I,
Hi.
Very good. See how well that went, everyone? All right, now for the more difficult ones. Item number 3.
Yeah. Sorry, Chris, just on the heels of everything going well, something's happened on my computer here. So just keep going, but I'm struggling to get this thing to,
Okay,
hold on.
is this the one that you have to step down for, Josh, or is it it was number 1?
Well, actually, I just realized I haven't drank enough coffee here. We're not doing that right. So that one's been continued, so it doesn't. Okay, there we go. I think the item I was recusing from is being continued.
Okay.
All right, here we go. So we're on to item 3, yeah? Oh, I'm stepping down from that.
Okay, so unshare your screen and I'll take care of it.
I would have stepped down from one as well. Okay, here you go. I'm out of here. I'll be back.
Adios. Okay, let's see here. Give me a second. Do we have the applicant with us for item number 3, maximum orbiter?
We do, yes. Eric Baer with AB Design Studios here.
Hi, Eric. All right, so I will go ahead and read the comments and then you can tell me where to go, how to drive this ship. Last time we heard this on the 18th of September, we had public comment, concerns about multiple things. And then we had some SBAR comments and they are as follows, although we changed them. So Joe, can you tell me if any of these changed? I'll try to remember what we just did, but basically return with proposed color scheme options for the greenhouse. Adding color to the exterior wall siding could lessen impact of a height increase to the greenhouse. Most members have concerns with the proposed, some members have concerns with the proposed increase in height of the greenhouse and is not comfortable supporting the project without additional information. Site visit and story poll required for proposed height increase. Return with additional information showing the height of greenhouse development on adjacent properties, and increase screening of proposed greenhouses as much as possible. So, Eric, where should I begin here? Why don't you show us what the information that we're requesting first, maybe, and then what you've changed, if anything.
Yeah, sheet 2 is a good place to start. And Clay Arell, our principal, is he's on, but apparently we can't hear him, so he's trying to call in as well. So I'll get started, and then I'll pass it over to him once he's able to join. Okay,
and then we also, again, we have a planner memo, which I'm also needing to read. Planner comments, this project may proceed for conceptual approval. This project was heard by SBAR on July 12th, 2019 and September 18th, 2020. The project description has changed since July 19 to include an increase in the height of the existing greenhouses by 6 feet for a proposed new 22-foot roof ridge height. Story poles have been erected at the project site since September 18th. Photos and videos showing the story poles from public viewpoints have been provided to the SBAR secretary for this hearing. The proposed 22-foot ridge height meets the AG I-10 zone height limit of 35 feet. So you are telling me, let me just bring up the plans. Just about there. There we go. Sorry, Eric, you said what page?
Sheet 2.
Sheet 2. Okay.
So I'll start with, there was some confusion when this project was presented last time, and Chris, actually, Clay just texted me that he's in, but he's not able to unmute. Is that something that you have control over?
I'll see what I can do. This is weird. I don't know, this thing changed. Leah, can you help me out here? The setup changed for some reason.
Sorry, I woke up for just a second. Who needs to be unmuted?
Clay Arell.
Clay Arell.
All right, let's see. All right, Clay, go for it.
Why is this changed? Clay, can you hear us? We can't hear you yet.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I have an awesome echo now. Let's figure that one out. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Sorry for the technical difficulty. I've been on listening to your whole meeting this morning and then realized you couldn't hear me. Sorry. Okay. So I want to address the minutes from the last hearing. I want to skip the color scheme option because I don't really think that is an option, frankly. We need light, as was discussed in the prior, at the end of the prior hearing with the owner involved. You know, we need to have light color and clear panel or translucent panels these greenhouses for them to have the most impact. So I'm going to skip that one for a minute. Let's talk about SBAR comment B, which is mass, bulk, and scale. So we put some story polls up on this project, and per the discussion last time, and I want to check with the board to make sure that they in fact did go out and see that. I'm not sure if that happened or not, but they were up all
Yes.
last week.
Yes, we did.
Yes.
Provide.
Okay, great. Thank you for acknowledging that.
Yeah, I went out, saw them.
I did not have a
Okay.
chance to.
Okay, well,
I did
you
not.
can, if what I'm seeing on my screen is a zoomed in of the north side of this project. Can you pan out a little bit or zoom out and look at the side, the drawing to the left
The elevation
on the same sheet?
There you go.
section.
Yeah, so this is what I was trying to explain at the last hearing, which is a section view diagram from Foothill looking back at the greenhouses. So Foothill's on the right, and the greenhouses that you see from the street are the first 3 houses that you see there. There's 3 of them. Those are existing greenhouses that are currently there today and are not changing. And then to the left of those 3 houses, you see the greenhouses that are being increased in height. And so from a view angle perspective of an average height person from Foothill, those first 3 houses actually obscure the view of the greenhouses behind them to the south. So we wanted to provide that as a diagram so that the board can understand that the increase in height of the greenhouses to the south of the first 3 houses aren't visible from Foothill Road as you're looking down, from the public way. And if you're walking, you're really only seeing it down the left or west side or the east or right side. So, and those 3 houses will obscure that view. If we can go to, let me see, we'll go back to so we did the site visit. So there was a question regarding, on the comments, there was a question regarding additional information showing the height of the greenhouse development on adjacent properties. So I have some data on my screen, which you don't have in front of you, but I'm going to show you that there's, oh shoot, that's the wrong one.
You want to share your screen?
Oh, I got the wrong. I lost my thing here, sorry, 1 second. I have too many windows open.
You want to share your screen, Clay?
1 second, Chris. Sorry, I'm sorry,
Okay.
Mr. Chair. I had this thing open and now I can't find it. It's lost. I hate the system. I would share my screen, Mr. Chair, but I can't find the item I want to share, so here it is. Okay, maximum.
So if you do, then I'll stop sharing my screen. And
okay, so all right, I can share this for you. Can you see my screen? I don't know if you can see my screen yet.
yeah, I can see you. Well, actually, no, we can't see your screen.
There we go. All right. 500 windows are open.
There you go.
Okay. So this document here, sorry for the crudeness of it, but these are the greenhouses neighboring Maximum. We have Everbloom to the south that is at 21 feet 4 inches. The adjacent west greenhouses are at 15 feet. greenhouses to the east are at 17.6, and the ones north on Foothill are at 18.5. So they're all kind of in the 15 to 21 and 4 height range. So those are all the ones kind of adjacent to our project.
That's the high point, right, of the ridges of those
That's
greenhouses?
that's the ridge line of the greenhouses. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So there's also another, there was some general comment about, is this thing visible from anywhere? And I want to jump back to a photo that we have here. So I'll share this photo with you.
We had some photos in the folder, I believe.
Some
I think
additional photos.
Yeah, I think we all, we understand.
It's amazing how this works. Okay, 1 second. Sorry, I had everything ready to go and then I got all messed up with my unable to get out on the thing here. So okay. No, this is unbelievable.
You know what, Clay, let's just move on. I think we all understand, and that
Yeah,
exhibit,
I
this
had
section was helpful.
Yeah, I had a photo for there's some public comment about seeing this thing from Franklin Trail in the high school. You can't see it from anywhere. It's just a sea of greenhouses, so it's not going to have any height increase. So just to come back to the minutes, what the last item was to increase screening of proposed greenhouses as much as possible. So I think we showed last time. We can go to page, next page, please, G1.02. Item photos 2 and 3 and 4 show you kind of what you see from the public. So there's no real view of this from the public way unless you're looking down the driveway. So it's pretty well screened from Foothill. Again, the greenhouse height increase is screened from the greenhouses that are existing in front of them. And you really don't see anything from the east or west or south unless you're on another parcel. So, those are the basic comments that we've addressed. Per your last discussion, we are looking for positive comments to go forward to Planning Commission, and then we have to come back for preliminary approval from your board. So I'll conclude my presentation and open it up for questions.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
on the folder that says photos, story pole photos, photo number 4 is the one that the applicant was looking for. Franklin Trail towards maximum. It's 4 pictures there. The last one, there you go. It will be the last one, number 4.
So you can kind of see down the way here a little bit. Story
Correct.
pole.
That's looking down the driveways. Yeah.
Is that's not a story pole, is it? That's more than 6 feet.
No, that's.
Got it.
That's the one.
So
That's the one. If you can zoom in, you can put it in this.
I'll give you $50 if you can find our project.
it's right here. No, it's
Nope.
there.
Nope.
There.
It's
Right,
the one in between.
right here?
Yeah.
Okay. It's pretty close though, huh? Is that like
You're
25 bucks? Right.
Questions?
Yes, hold on. I guess, yeah, we can jump right into questions here. Was that, Kaylee, was that you?
Photo.
Yeah, go ahead.
The peaks that are just, I guess, probably south of the site, are those one of the heights that you identified, Clay? I was just comparison. 'Cause I
Yes,
can't-
Mr. Chair and Board Member Grubb, where the cursor is going over the top, that is the Everbloom site to the south.
And what's the height of those peaks?
21 feet 4 inches.
Okay, just wanted for comparison. Thank you.
All right, back to the plan. So questions, let's see, Member Frosher, questions?
I don't really have questions other than whether members of the board have seen the comment letter that came in from the Carpinteria planner who reviews the cannabis applications.
I did, yes.
Yeah, it's pretty lengthy. There's a lot of information in there. So there's a lot to digest.
Did anyone else see that? Show of hands.
Well, I read it, so I saw all of them. Isn't that what we saw last time, or is it new?
No,
it was sent
no,
yesterday.
This came in yesterday. Evidently, he went and did site visits.
Okay, so I will see it
I didn't
myself. I
see
will
it.
take a look at it. What is it name? What's the name of it?
Leah,
Yeah, do you know where it is?
was that sent to everyone?
It's not in the folder?
Yes, it should be in that folder, and I think they're labeled like comment letters. Let me double check to see what the name is.
It might be CL5.
So it is in the folder then, maybe I'll,
No, sorry, I think that's a different one.
So there is one, I mean, there. I think they should have names in this folder because there was confusion. There was a comment letter for the whole meeting, and I tried to find everything there. And
oh, you know what? Leah, it was only sent from Nick to myself and to Valerie.
Oh, I see. Okay. Why don't you go ahead and forward that on to me, and then I'll throw it in the folder.
Okay, and I'll go ahead and
Mr. Chair,
share my screen here so we can kind of look at it real quick. I mean,
Mr. Chair, this is not a letter to the board. It's a letter to a couple of people. This is not appropriate.
sorry, it's what?
Well, it's a letter to a couple of people. This is not a letter sent to the board. I mean, we should have a protocol for.
Yeah, we don't have it. It is sent to the board, but it was sent yesterday and it wasn't. Anyway, I'm going to forward it. Leah, you have it from yesterday at 5:04 p.m. So you could put it in the folder.
I'm
Right.
not sure how the applicant is supposed to react to something that's not available to the public.
Yeah. So Leah, do you have it? Can you put it in the folder?
504. Yes.
Okay, so let's move on. We're still in questions. Member Frosher, do you have any more questions?
No.
Okay, Mr. Peugeot, questions?
No.
No questions. Member Grubb, questions?
No questions.
And Member Verdiak?
No,
Okay. I have a quick question for the applicant. It seems, there's obviously some controversy and this is not the only greenhouse requesting a height increase. Is there, maybe sounds stupid question, but is there any other method possible to avoid a height increase? I know that this is, so that's simple.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'll try to answer that question in this fashion. So number one, the height increase, as explained by the owner last time, is a increase of the height for the purpose of production and farming and the efficiency for doing so. Okay.
I believe it was for better circulation. Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's all part of, increasing crop production and so on and so forth. So again, I'm not a farmer, but for the sake of discussion, that's their goal. Okay. Number two, the height increase to 21 feet is lower than adjacent heights of existing greenhouses. It's also lower than the required height in the ordinance. So we're not pushing up to 30 feet. We're not pushing up to 25 feet. We're really only pushing up 5 feet to get to make this more efficient. And it's part of, the evolution of farming and greenhouse and all that kind of stuff. So, that on top of the fact that you can't see it really from anywhere. I mean, even from Franklin Trail, you're going to see a greenhouse, but you're not, it's imperceptible from that distance that it's going to be a higher, you know, a taller building or imposing or causing any shading issues or any visibility issues or blocking any views from anywhere to the mountains or the ocean. So again, I want to impress upon the board that if you can't see it and from the public way and it's not impacting anything, then the height increase should not be a large discussion on this project.
Okay. That satisfies my question. Thank you.
Okay.
Let's go. If there's no more questions from the board, we'll go to public comment. Anyone from the public that wishes to speak on this item? I see a hand raised by Gregory Gandrud. And let me see if I can you will each have 2 minutes to speak. And when you hear this sound, it's not loud enough. Hold on a second. I'm just not sure if this was working last time.
I heard that ringing. I'll be very brief.
Okay. Yeah. So anyway, so 2 minutes, and this is Gregory. So whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Hi, thank you, honorable members of the board. I'm Gregory Gandrud. I live at 1493 Chaparral Drive. My bedroom window is about 500 feet south of this project. And my biggest concern with respect to the design is how it impacts our air quality. The way this is designed right now with the vapor phase odor control system around the perimeter of the outside of the building, all the irritants end up on my property. They basically go down these channels on either side of the property on the east and west side, and then they whip around the Everbloom property. You've got a concentration of these cannabis projects. There are 3 of them currently, less than 500 feet from my bedroom window. The Everbloom is only 70 feet from my bedroom window. You probably read in The Independent recently, there was an article about how there had been an agreement reached with a cannabis grower at 5892 Via Real, where they're going to put the buyer's vapor phase system inside the greenhouse. And they're actually going to direct their air exhaust to go through basically like a curtain of the vapor phase system inside the greenhouse before it exhausts to the outside. So that's the state of the art. And I think you all know that the Board of Supervisors wants the best technology utilized for these projects. So this is going to need to be redesigned to accommodate that state of the art. So just wanted to thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see, I saw Anna Carrillo. Whenever you're ready, 2 minutes.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much. I would like to just address one item in the minutes. You've neglected to say that Nick Bobroff, the planner from Carpinteria's letter, was actually read into the record at the last meeting on September 18th. So I just wanted to make sure you noted that. And another correction I want to make is that I think the height limit in the Ag 1 is 30 feet, not 35 feet, as maybe Clay had mentioned. Regarding the additional height, I have driven by Foothill Road and I can see the additional height and as shown by the story poles, but I wasn't able to check the other areas. So I was glad to see that you had photographs from the other areas. I do have a concern about the change of siding. I know you asked for colors and I know Clay has said, no, we can't change the colors, but there are other greenhouse projects, especially I think at 1540 Cravens Lane, where they're replacing their polyethylene with a Dynaglass, which is a brand of polycarbonate. So I know that was a question you asked specifically, and then I had to do some research, and then the planner for that 1540 Cravens sent me the note yesterday that there are new replacements available to take care of that very discolored yellow. And I would also, Ivan Van Wingerden last time was quoted as saying that having a sealed greenhouse is a misnomer, and there are sealed greenhouses out there. It's a series. company, and there actually has something in Desert Hot Springs. The biggest concern is just, there are new technology coming through, whether it's ridge vents or, just using a perimeter and how far the pipes are below the vents. And with our wind inversion layers in Carpinteria, I don't think it's able to capture all the odors. And this happens to be a very smelly area, not necessarily this, but this greenhouse yesterday I drove by and it was smelling between this and across the street. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Marcelo Lopez.
Oh, good. Good morning, board members. I live on Cravens Lane, and I would like to echo in part some of Mr. Gandrud's comments. There are about 525 residences immediately affected by this project. And this project should not proceed without an effective and proven odor mitigation system. If they are using something right now, wherever it is not working. When it gets really warm at night and you have to open the windows, I can tell you just about what time it is. It's after 8 o'clock when the odor really permeates offensively throughout our residences. It is really bad. You have about 280 mobile home units across from where I live. There are 30 other units affected at the villas of Carpinteria. You now have a new development with another 30 units. You have an apartment complex, and you have many other residences in the surrounding area. And, I respect the property owner's right to plant and harvest, but it should never be at the expense of the people who live nearby. They got to be good neighbors. They've got to have good odor mitigation systems, something that is proven. And basically, we all know that once you approve a project, if it's not incorporated as part of the approval, what will occur is that there will be a deviation from a standard and you will never be able to change it. So I hope there is a way of coming up with some measure where the property owners, the farmers can be obligated to cease operations in the event that their odor mitigation system fails to provide the effective results that they should expect if they were residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else from the public that would like to speak on this item? Please raise your hand. We also had several letters in opposition. Anything else, Leah, that I missed? We did have a letter that came in from the cart planner yesterday afternoon after 5, so it is a little difficult to include that, but he does plan on speaking to the board, I believe, next time.
So, Mr. Chair, I've included that letter in your files for review today. If you guys want to take a peek at it after for the next review, and then we have Anna who just raised her hand again. So I don't know if she has.
Oh.
Yeah, Anna, do you have just a quick question?
No, I'm fine. I thought I lowered my hand. So.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
I think I lowered it. Maybe you raised it back up again.
Oh, I see. No, I'm fine. Thank you.
No problem. Okay. And then I see Gregory raised your hand again. Is that?
Yeah, really briefly, I just forgot to mention that my spouse has been so ill from the air that comes from these cannabis operations. He's got asthma, and I really do believe that it's the vapor phase odor control system, that those chemicals contain irritants that really exacerbate the asthma. We're spending over $400 a month on meds. It's really egregious. So I hope you folks can help us with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is Clay, the applicant. Can I just remind the board that we're talking about aesthetics here in mass bulk and scale?
Yeah, we'll get to that. And it's not really, we'll take care of that. All right, back to the board for comments.
Mr. Chair, I need to leave in a few minutes. I wonder if I can make my comments first.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I agree with Ms. Carrillo, Lopez, and Gandrud about the odor mitigation system. I did a site visit, and I could barely see the increase in height proposed, but I definitely felt the smell, and really that is a big issue. It just doesn't happen to be our issue. We are an aesthetics board. But the comment on the siding and the polycarbonate, that is a valid comment. So I think that I would like to, maybe to see something on that effect, but I have no qualms about the raise in height. I could not see it. I really tried to see the story poles. I saw a little angle from somewhere from the driveway, and it is not the visual impact. It's not the type of things that we need to see. So those are my, but I think the issues to be resolved are not in the purview of this board, but they are part of the planning commission review. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, Member Grubb, do you have comments? You're on, okay, there you go.
No, is this the first time this project has been presented?
No, this is the fourth time, I believe.
Okay.
So yeah,
then no comments.
understand your position. Okay. Mr. Verdiak, comments?
I know it's been brought up several times, but I still think the height is a lot. I mean, I think I'm not sure driving down Foothill if I could see it from any other position than the driveway. But as I recall, the 22-foot height is very excessive. And I think it will be noticed. So that's my comment.
Okay. Member Froscher?
Yes, I did go look at the story poles, and I went up Franklin Trail, and I really have concerns about this being a case of precedents getting set by encouraging that height increase. I think there's so many big issues cross-connecting regarding the cannabis growing in Carpinteria Valley that we can't treat it in a vacuum. And, I know everybody hasn't had a chance to look at all this information that the CARP planner sent. There's a lot of education needing to happen for all of us about these issues. And evidently there's a Carpinteria agricultural overlay that kind of meshes with the county ordinances, and therefore Carpinteria planning reviews all these projects as well. And they are looking a lot at coastal zone issues and protection of visual resources. He refers to the fact that there's so many non-conforming structures throughout Carp Valley that are now trying to get permitted. And the County Board of Supervisors set an overall cap, but that cap is very hard to even determine right now because there are so many structures that have never been permitted in the past. So there's no square footages documented. And it seems that he's saying here that the way they interpret the cap includes paving, it includes accessory structures. And so I know this is going to go into the record for the project, and there's a lot of requests for more information about square footages. And another thing that's mentioned here is that there are 30-foot setbacks, and that the non-conforming structures are in that setback. But if you want to substantially rebuild them, then you need to adhere to that setback. So that's another big question of what's going to proceed with this kind of renovation of greenhouses. And it also seems that if you're going to pursue this kind of major increase, that in the interest of good neighbor, it's really important that the odor control be addressed at the same time. And there is the carbon filtration system, there's that series system. There are many superior methods to the buyers. And because of the proximity to all these residences, that seems imperative. And I still go back to that there is, you showed that photo of looking out over a sea of greenhouses and saying you can't see it. But actually, I spent a lot of time up on the trail looking, and there is a complete aspect of creep, and that if this one does it, then the next one will come in and say, well, of course you need to approve this because you approved that. And the greenhouses are already a visual blight in a rural agricultural community. So they should not be made worse. And to me, a 5-6 foot increase on a mass of greenhouses is that. So
Okay.
that's
Do
it.
you want to try to sum that up for Joe?
That I don't support the height increase.
Okay. I think that was everyone except me.
So Chair, could I just jump in really quick for just for some of the comments that were made? I think some of the comments about the ag overlay in Carpinteria and just in general about site coverage, those comments from the city of Carpinteria, that all will be reviewed as part of planning's review. That's going to be going to the ultimate decision maker for this project.
Right.
So that is something that we are aware of, and the planner and our staff will be going through and making sure that everything is consistent with our policies as well as with the coastal zoning ordinance.
Right. Yeah, no, it's educational for us on the BAR to try to understand how many different entities have to communicate and review and have different policies.
Yeah, it definitely makes this decision making very difficult when trying to figure out what our purview really is. But I mean, I kind of agree with all sides, and I'm kind of torn. Like this single instance of raising the roof line 6 feet in and of itself is not an extreme measure, I don't think. But we have another one already today on the docket that wants to do the exact same thing. And so if you take all those greenhouses and you raise them all up 6 feet in that zone, it's a major impact. So we're not just in charge with aesthetic. Sorry, who's that?
Sorry,
Anyway.
Mr. Chair. This is Clay. This is the applicant. I'm just kind of frustrated because we're off track. We're talking about major planning issues, odor control, and things that are not the purview of the board here. And
Okay,
and
so
the height
what I'm
increase,
getting at-
I urge
Clay-
you to consider that you can't see it.
That's
Clay,
not the case. So I'm going to hit the mute button here in a minute. So what I'm getting at here is that we're also charged with neighborhood compatibility and securing property values. And if, like I said, the height in and of itself is not necessarily the issue here. The odor, we're still not clear on this board if we have purview, if that's part of a neighborhood compatibility issue. I'd like some guidance here from the administration as far as, is that included as part of neighborhood compatibility and property value?
So I would say, Chair, the direction that I would give is that this is an aesthetics review board. And so your comments I would say they should be focused on aesthetics and neighborhood compatibility in terms of aesthetics. Now, the Planning Commission and the decision maker for the project will review the overall project and determine whether or not it's compatible with the neighborhood. So odor is then something that they would they would focus on.
Okay, so we have to take that out of our equation here, which helps. Thank you, Joe. So, and it also,
And
I guess I have another comment, and that is, I think there was a landscape plan here somewhere, right? Anybody, can you tell me which page that might be on? Existing landscape. I guess I can use that one.
Mr. Chair, you passed it. It was in the front.
Okay.
Stop. Oh,
This is
one more.
existing landscape.
There you go.
That's existing. Okay, but I guess it's both. So I guess
Yeah.
last time I had asked for a tree right here, which I think would help the screening down this driveway, a significant tree. I mean, I think you've called out Monterey pines here. They're not sized, but maybe they are. But so can you explain the decision behind the locations on these trees? Is this for screening this building? Like that's the only landscape,
yeah,
the only landscape you're proposing, right? Is a couple of pine trees. Is that correct?
that's what's been discussed over the last few months here, but we can certainly revisit that if that's the request of the board.
Okay, yeah, so my comment is, I don't think that really viewing in from anywhere along here is an issue, as your exhibits
Correct,
have
yeah.
shown.
Correct.
This is, and coming down from the trail, and maybe this is too. So really, that's where the screening should be focused on. So last time I had suggested a tree right here, and you could use the same tree. I would say minimum 48-inch box size, so it's somewhat of an instant effect. I think that's going to help. These guys, I don't think they're doing a lot of screening, so they can be whatever size you propose them at, but I would say add at least one screen tree in the location that I'm showing here. I guess that's the northwest corner, to help with screening down, whatever that says, the existing driveway. And then I going back again, Mr. Rel, do you have any response to the panels in terms of the polycarbonate versus what you're proposing? Because that's definitely an aesthetic issue, which none of us really are, we don't really like the way these sort of yellowy panels look. So I wanted to see if you've considered the other panels that were mentioned earlier.
Mr. Chair and the board, we've got about 186,000 square feet of greenhouse here. So I don't, and we're talking about a farming institution, so I don't think replacing all of the polycarbonate siding material on this entire greenhouse is a financial possibility, to be honest.
Okay, so is your plan then to basically keep the roof as it is and raise it up and then add new panels on the sides?
That's how they do it, yes.
That's 6 foot. Okay, and do you have to rebuild the footings, or is the existing structure suitable for the additional weight of the addition? But
yeah, Mr. Chair, this falls into kind of a specialty, sub-consultant or subcontractor scope of work that's been discussed with the owners. They have a greenhouse company that comes out and they effectively sister onto the existing structure and raise it up, and then they add panels below it. Everything is so lightweight that the weight is pretty insignificant.
Okay, very good. I think that answers my questions. Oh, lastly, another comment would be to ensure that the lighting that's proposed, is shielded so that it minimizes spill onto neighboring properties.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if I'm muted or not. Sorry.
No, you're not. I can hear you, but it's just a comment.
I was trying to find the sheet because that was a discussion last time.
Yeah, I don't think we talked about shielding, but anyway, just a comment. You can show us next time.
All the lighting is downward casting, and the height of it is up around 10 to 12 feet on the sides.
Okay, so again, there's no reason that can't be shielded, even if it is pointing straight down. There is still spill, and is 10 to 12 feet the minimum that is possible, minimum height. So I guess the comment would be, lower the lights as much as possible.
Mr. Chair, just for clarification on your comment, you want us to make sure that they're shielded and as low as possible?
Yes.
Got it. Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Any other comments from board members? And so it appears that, we're sort of divided a little bit here. Can we have a show of hands of who opposes the raising of the height of this project? 1,
I would oppose it.
2. Ms. Grubb, do you have a?
I don't oppose it, and it's because of the adjacency to a very similar height greenhouse just to the south.
Yeah. Okay. So, as far as I'm still torn. I mean, as far as the height itself, I really don't have too much of a problem with it, but I want to, pass our concerns on to the Board of Supervisors that we do have a concern that this may be a precedence-setting motion. And we're actually at a tie here. So we don't really, unfortunately, Alex had to leave and he was kind of our tiebreaker. So I think the wise thing to do maybe here is to.
So Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Joe.
Real quick, so before Alex left, he did make the comment that the proposed height increase wasn't visible from public viewing areas.
Right.
And it sounded like he was supportive of it. I don't know, so I had a comment that he was.
Okay, that's true. Yeah, thank you, Joe. Appreciate that. So it's basically 3-2 in favor of the height increase. However, we want to express our concerns over many of the other factors that the public has brought up, and mainly the fact that this may be, hopefully not, but precedent setting in terms of neighboring greenhouses that say, oh, they did it, so we can do it. And also we have major concerns about the odor and therefore the compatibility with the neighborhood, even though it's not in our purview, and they'll address that. But we hesitantly, I guess, grant. So.
Can I make one comment on the alternate materials?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm just trying to catch up here. Go ahead.
I think it would be worth putting it in the comments that more research maybe could be presented on the alternate materials, even if it was just for the roof material. Just if we're precedent setting too, or worried about precedent setting, it would be good to get a little bit of research.
I guess the other thing about the materiality is that it is pretty much as all the neighboring structures, I believe. So yeah, that to me, again, and it would be a huge expense, which is not really a reason to not require it, but it sort of blends in with what's adjacent to it.
That's true. Okay.
So that said, Joe, can you read back the comments so we can fine tune and move on?
Sure. Okay. So the first comment I have is that the majority of the board is supportive of increasing the height of the greenhouse. However, the board is concerned that height increase is precedent setting for neighboring greenhouses.
Okay.
The next comment I have is,
actually, Joe,
does that sound good?
Sorry, I think we say the majority of the board, but in this case, we're not usually this close. So I think we should say that we had a 3-2 vote, basically. And it was nearly split,
Oops, I'm not muted, hold on.
Okay, that makes sense. With a 3-2 vote. Okay, so the board is supportive with a 3-2 vote of increasing the height of the greenhouse. However, the board is concerned that height increase is precedent setting for neighboring greenhouses. Next comment is, board is concerned with public comments regarding odor and neighborhood compatibility. Okay, so then the next comment I have is regarding landscaping. Focus screening along east and west entrances to property. Incorporate one tree in northwest corner along west driveway.
At least one corner. Or sorry, at least one tree. Minimum 48-inch box.
Okay. One tree, minimum 48-inch box. Okay, great. The next comment is ensure light proposed is shielded and placed as low as possible to limit spillover to neighboring properties.
Okay.
Okay, so then next comment is regarding the color scheme of the greenhouse. I'm not certain what we ended up with on that comment. Do we want more research?
I really, I don't think it's feasible, and I'm considering that this is basically the same material as all the surrounding. Then I really don't think we should add that in there unless somebody really feels super strongly about it on the board here.
No, I'm fine with deleting it.
Okay, so we had a previous comment about returning with a proposed color scheme options for greenhouse. So it sounds like that comment is going to go away.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not feasible.
Yeah.
I mean, it could
Okay.
be feasible to look at polycarbonate versus the polyethylene.
So there was as part of that comment, the board said that adding color to the exterior wall siding could lessen the impact of a height increase to the greenhouse. That
That's
could,
goes
if
away.
we just left that.
No,
Still the
that's
same.
not feasible. Yeah.
Okay.
So we could just remove.
Okay. That's all I have for comments.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair, this is the applicant. I'm sorry.
Let's see,
I really apologize. I'm not trying to drag this out any longer, but just for the sake of the applicant here, can we repeat those because there was some discussion? I just want to make sure we got it flat on our end, that we know what the comments are.
Okay.
Hey,
Yeah.
Clay.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but you know what? I'm going to go ahead and post these on Monday. So we'll have them
Okay.
up on Monday and you guys can address any of the comments.
Yeah. And then
Okay,
of course,
fair
we'll
enough. Thank
fine-tune
you very
it at
much.
the next meeting. Okay. Thanks,
Yeah,
Leah.
sorry.
All right. So this was conceptual. So then I believe we can move on at this point. Yes. All right. Moving on then. Item number 4. Another one.
Quick clarification
Sure.
on this one. How would you like for this applicant to return?
Right. Return for preliminary on full board.
So these will
Okay.
be our comments going to the planning commission then, Chris.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Is there any other comments that you wanted to add? No? Okay.
Yeah.
Item 4, VWV LLC, Creekside Mixed Light Cannabis Cultivation. Request of Jay Higgins. This is 19 DVP 00020 for conceptual review of a nursery and mature plant cultivation in 177,760 square feet of greenhouse and 16,000 or 17,000 square feet of ag accessory structures. Greenhouses would be raised from 15 to 22 feet in height for improved circulation. The project includes demolition of 38,000 square feet of greenhouse. There would be 54,000 square feet of native landscaping and restoration and 8 water tanks. Grading would consist of just the work to install a new septic system. No tree or vegetation removal would take place. This is a 9-acre parcel zoned Ag 1 or I-10 and located at 3508 Via Real. First time we're seeing this. Do we have the applicant here with us today?
Yes, Mr. Chair, you get me again.
Okay, so that means Josh is stepping down as well, right? So can we correct that, Leah, that Josh had to step down for item 3 and 4, not item 1, as previously mentioned?
Sounds good. Will do.
All right, so then I guess I have to drive again. Give me a second to bring this up. Item 4. What should I start with here, Mr.? In the folder, I have a movie, a driving past, just the SBAR plans.
Do you have an aerial that we could get a sense where this property?
Yeah, I don't know if an aerial is in your folder, Mr. Chair. I can pull one up.
Well, I can go to the Google. We need to do here. So,
I was looking for an aerial on my end, but I don't know if you have one in the folder there, Mr. Chair.
Ana Carrillo sent a picture, a Google picture yesterday that you used when you looked before. So just sharing that.
okay, thank you. Leah, I do that. Do you have it?
That should be in the folder. Let me take a peek.
Address again, 3508. Okay, I've just about got it here, so. Okay, here we are. See the 101?
Yes. So there you go. Perfect. So Mr. Chair and board members, this project is an existing greenhouse that was permitted back in the, most of these were done in the late 70s, early 80s. And you can see Villa Real towards, I guess that would be towards the south there. Now it's on the left-hand side, but sorry, I'm trying to catch up with where you're at here.
Sorry, yeah.
So the greenhouse is sort of center of the image. These were all constructed back in the, like I said, like the late 70s, early 80s. If you zoom in, Mr. Chair, I think you're driving. If you zoom in towards the south, there's an access road that accesses the parcel to the south and the subject parcel to the north. Which that's actually an on-site road, but the road that goes up and down on the image is an access road for both parcels. To the north of the property, we're actually kind of, right now we're looking west. So to the north of the property is a creek and an esh area that I want to point out to the board here. And so you come off of Villa Real, off of a shared driveway, the length of which I don't have committed to memory, but it's probably a good, few hundred feet. And then there's a gate, and then it accesses into the property. And again, that's kind of the lay of the land. There's greenhouses obviously across the creek. And greenhouses to the north across the creek, and then greenhouses to the south across the creek, and then there's a residence you can see towards the east, and then the west is towards the west is the freeway, and between that is the creek there. So, and we do have a riparian habitat in that zone. So we'll talk about that when we get into the plans a little bit. If you want to jump back to the plans, Mr. Chair, I can help orient the board to the project. And let's see.
No, that's the old one. Sorry, I just need a minute, I think. Yeah, hold on. This is item number 5, correct? All right. Okay, I've got a bunch of files in here. There's photos. Do you want the photos or just go to the plans?
I think this is the prior.
No, I know, but I'm looking at the folder I'm about to share. So There you go.
Yeah, there should be a folder. There should be a
You want number
photo.
4. You want number 4, not number 5.
No, we're on number 5, aren't we?
No, we're on
sorry.
number 4,
sorry.
Mr.
You're
Chair.
right.
Sorry.
My bad. Thank you. Okay, so there's a folder. So come on here.
There we go. Mr. Chair, do you have in the folder, do you have a photo that says end of?
All right. Clay, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, in your folder, do you have a photograph that says end of driveway with story poles?
No.
Okay, do you mind if I share my screen for a moment?
Oh, wait, I do. Sorry.
Very well. Okay.
Give me 1 second. It's coming up.
There you go. Yeah, so that's the entry drive coming off of Via Real. The greenhouses that you see beyond the fence there is the subject part greenhouses. You can see the excuse me, you can see the story poles. This is also a greenhouse that we want to increase the height of. You can see the story poles on the ridges there in the background. There you go, right where your cursor is. Okay, and this is the only view from the public that we can see this particular greenhouse because it's well screened along Via Real. So if we can go back to the drawings, I'll.
Okay, well, here we have a couple other pictures in here. I'll just go through real quick.
Sure.
Okay, they don't show a whole lot. So back to the plans, you say?
Yes. So, Mr. Chair, if we can go to, I'll give you a page number here. We'll go to page 7. So this is just a photo key, but I want to, this is a site plan that shows where the photos are on the next page, but for the sake of discussion, I want to kind of help the board understand the project. So the areas in white that are not hatched or shaded are areas of greenhouse that were permitted originally, and areas of processing in between. So on the left is a big greenhouse, on the right is a big greenhouse. In between there are 2 white areas that were all part of the original project that were permitted. The areas that are shown in the dark gray shading are areas that have been added over the years, 30 plus years, as the greenhouse has expanded and so forth. So the areas in the dark gray are areas that are what we're considering or calling as-built that have been there for 30 plus years, but didn't show up on the original permit. The areas with the hatching, the cross hatching, are areas of greenhouse that have been added over the years as well, and are being removed as part of this project. Those that you just show on the north side, right there, yes, Mr. Chair, perfect. So that greenhouse was added at some point. It's being removed as part of our application for a number of reasons, but mostly because A, it wasn't permitted, and B, it's in the ESH. And so those are being removed on the right side, which is the east side of the project there. We're removing a portion of greenhouse on that side. And then on the left, greenhouse, north and west sides, those are areas that have been added over the years that are being removed as part of this application. So I just want to help point that out for the board so that you understand. If we go to the next page, here, these are photos. So photo 1 is looking out from the site towards Via Real. Photo 2 is looking, I guess it's southeast. Photo 3 is looking southwest or northwest. Photo 4 is looking again into the site, and photo 5 is inside the property looking out with the gate shut. So just trying to give you all some orientation. Photo 6 is looking, sorry. Where'd 6 go?
Yeah, we don't have to go through every one, but we can just give us a general idea.
Yeah, so photo 6 is just the access drive that is shared between the two properties that come off of Villa Real. And then the rest of this, is just kind of typical farming greenhouse equipment and tanks and, oil rooms and piping and that kind of stuff.
Does this show is this the one to be removed? The large one to the west?
Yes. Yes, that's the one that, hold on one second. Let me go back to my photo key. What number is that?
11?
No, that's not the one that's being removed. The one that's being removed would show up in photo 13.
Okay.
That's the one being removed, yes.
Okay.
That's the one that's closest to the creek.
Right. Okay. What's next?
Let's see. Let's go to the next page, please, page 9. This just shows a little bit more detail of what I've already explained, but for the sake of this discussion, these areas in gray in the middle are all part of storage and processing and managing the greenhouse. And the one to the south in the middle, Mr. Chair, that says as-built irrigation room, that particular area is the irrigation controls for the greenhouse.
Right here.
And then the other as-built items are mostly tanks that you can see, those round circles to the south on the southeast side of the greenhouse, just to the right of that, where your cursor was.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at something else at the moment.
Okay. Again, this is another similar to what we just discussed. We have all the same, we have the security lighting, and we have all the different things here, security fencing, which you've seen in some of the images. I'll go down to, if we can go to page 15. These are just some as-built floor plans, not that it's really that important to the board here, but this just shows some of the mechanics of what's going on in between the greenhouses in that middle section. I don't know if we noticed it on the aerial, and I didn't point it out, but it's basically, this is just the middle section here in the middle of the page going up and down is basically a big metal Butler building that got built between the two greenhouses. And we'll see that in elevation here in a minute. If we can go to trying to find the right sheet here. So I think this best sheet to go to is probably sheet 21. And again, it's diagrammatic. Sorry, I was looking at my drawing. I want to look at your drawing on the screen. So we have the existing greenhouse. If you zoom in, Mr. Chair, I think you'll be able to see the line work a little bit better, but you can see where we have existing and existing greenhouse height originally permitted, and that we're going up, we're raising the greenhouse here as well. If you pan to the right, you'll be able to see the center building, which is actually shown as a cut line, but that's the building that was constructed in the middle, the sort of, call it a warehouse, or like auxiliary uses to the greenhouse is how we're approaching it, but that's where all those things are. So you can see here that the existing greenhouse height is at 17.5, and we're proposing to go up to 22 feet, which is a height increase of 4.7 feet, and that was reflected in that one image that we showed you before.
Sorry, can we get a little clarification then? Because the agenda says greenhouses would be raised from 15 feet to 22 feet. and we're showing 17 and a half feet here. So I'm not sure where the discrepancy is, but somebody hopefully can.
Mr. Chair, I can't speak to how that was written and where the discrepancy is. I do know that this is what we have drawn from as-built, so
Okay.
I don't
So
know where that discrepancy is.
so maybe Gwen can look into either correcting that or
I can,
whichever.
excuse me, I can clarify that, Mr. Chair. This is Eric. The eastern greenhouse, or sorry, the western greenhouse is actually the 15-foot one. The eastern
they're
greenhouse
different.
is at
That's right.
17 feet 5. So they're different sizes, and
Got it. Thank you.
they're
I was
both
reading,
proposed to be raised to a consistent.
Yeah, sorry, I was reading the one off of the eastern side. My bad.
Okay, so that was
West
also the
side.
bell too. So I want to kind of push you along here a little bit too, if you could.
Yep. The rest of the project, I think that you're at the last sheet. So
Yeah.
we are adding a septic system, but that's pretty much it on the project. We've
Are
met
we-
with fire several times. We've got access handled with them. So we're, I think that'll conclude my presentation. We'll keep this going.
Okay, are we reviewing landscape at all, or?
Yeah, what about your restoration plan?
That's not, I don't think that we have that in here.
Yeah,
I'm
we
looking-
have it.
Yeah,
Where is it?
let me show you.
Page 4, no. Where'd it go?
I have a separate sheet, or
Yeah, it's called Exhibit 18, landscape restoration.
I don't know, do
I
we have
don't
Aaron
have it in
Carroll
there.
here with us, or?
No, Aaron's not here today, but we can go through it.
Okay,
I don't have it in the set of drawings I'm looking at separately. I don't have it, so I apologize. I
Is
didn't
it-
realize you had it as a separate drawing here.
is it showing up here on the screen?
I see it here on the screen, yes.
Okay. So where's the overall? Okay, so
Hey.
this is basically along the creek. Along the creek.
This is all interrelated, right, Clay? That the removal of some of the greenhouse and the restoration plan are
Yes.
all connected.
Yes, that's true. That's correct.
So is this basically then showing, where that large existing greenhouse was to be removed then?
Mr. Chair, that's the north side on the east part of the property. And that is the area where the existing greenhouse was located. That is proposed to being removed, and that restoration plan is going to replace it, I guess, is the best way to say it.
And then it looks like that's just meadow sedge actually. So there's no circulation around here then, I guess. Okay. All right. So anything else you want to show us on these landscape plans?
Do you have landscape screening on the south side or toward the entry?
It's
can't-
pretty
take
well
that if you
screened except for the driveway, the gate that comes in already. There's some additional restoration along that side of the property here where the cursor is.
There's some new oaks.
And there's some new trees going in over there, but where the gate access comes into the property, there's no real screening proposed for that area.
Yeah, where is the gate? I don't understand. I'm not really understanding the locations here.
That was actually going to be my question. If in the next presentation, if we could have an overall landscape plan just to be able to orient ourselves.
Yeah, that'd be helpful. Okay. All right. And so that's it for your presentation. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. Back to the board for questions. Member Frosher, do you have questions?
I guess, well, yeah, we already got into it a little bit, trying to understand the landscape as it relates to the buildings better and the entrance screening. And how about lighting? Did you talk about lighting?
Mr. Orell?
Mr. Orell?
Sorry, I didn't, I was muted. Excuse me. Mr. Chair, lighting, yeah, we have lighting plan. Let me find it for you. Looks like page 11. There you go. You just passed it.
So
Similar downward casting lighting, 10 to 12 feet. We're happy to, put those as low as possible. But they're downward casting and shielded, and the locations are those little triangles you can see around the perimeter of the greenhouse.
right.
Might have to zoom in.
Oh, I meant to ask, sorry, I'm jumping in, but while we're on lighting, are these all motion sensor
Yeah,
for
they're
both these
motion.
projects?
Yeah, motion and timers. Yeah, they're all controlled.
Okay.
And one other question is the proposal in height increase the same method? These would still be vented and they're just putting panels on top of existing, or what's the process for these?
Mr. Chair, Board Member Frosher, yes, it would be the same as what we reviewed on the prior application. They effectively raise up the greenhouse, insist on structural members to support the height, and then they add new panels below that. So the new panels show up at the lower side.
Oh, I see. Does that make sense, Val?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions?
I have a question. This is Kayla Grubb. It looks as though on the south side of the greenhouse structure, it's piggybacking on Valerie's comment about screening. It looks as though the shoulder there is being used for parking, but I was wondered if there was opportunity to space some screening trees in there as well to break up the extra height of the structure.
Mr. Chair and Board Member Grubb, I apologize. Can you rephrase that, or I got confused in what you were saying? So are you talking about the western side?
No, I think the main entry, right?
South of the greenhouses where it says refer to Silla Sheet C1 for parking, specifically that length right there. Since that seems to be visible, the section that's most visible from Foothill as you look down the drive, just thinking if there's potential to space some canopy trees in there for screening in between the parking spaces. Right now,
Mr. Chair and Board Member Grubb, we'd be happy to study that with the landscape architect. I think that's a reasonable comment or question. I don't know if it's a question or comment, but either way, we'd be happy to look at that.
Turn into a comment. Okay. Any other questions, Ms. Grubb? No.
Could you provide, maybe this is more of a comment, I'm getting this process. Could you provide the similar height?
I think you're breaking up.
Oh,
Yeah.
I am. Oh, sorry. If you can
Mr.
hear
Chair,
me.
Mr. Chair and Board Member Grubb, I think what you're asking is the adjacent greenhouses and their relative heights to this project?
Yes.
Yeah, we have that information here. So to the south of, sorry, my dog's barking. To the south of Creekside, we have a 19'8" height greenhouse.
Down here?
Yes. Sorry, I have a different screen open. And then south and east of there, so south and east is 18'6", and then to the north side is 24'6" greenhouse roof heights, and 21'6" warehouse that was approved by SBAR in January 2020.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Member Verdiak, questions?
No.
Okay. I don't have any questions either. So we'll move to public comment. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? I see some hands going up. We have Steve Bunting. Steve, are you there? Oh, let me, let's see, where'd he go?
Well, I unmuted. I hope that's all right.
Yep, that's fine. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate the board's time and attention on this, and the presentation with all the detail is very interesting. Unfortunately, my comments kind of go to the heart of the aesthetic issue that matters the most to me and our neighborhood, and that is the smell from marijuana. And I realize that planting trees and getting colors coordinated and lights pointed in the right direction is very important. I'm glad you're paying attention to that, but I can't think of anything more aesthetically damaging to your environment than a terrible stench or smell that rolls in every night after 8 or 9 o'clock. And evidently we don't have the technology to, one, measure this. We don't seem to have the technology to trap it. We have licensing and review committees and boards, but we have an industry that is really polluting our air. And I don't know who to talk to or raise my hand to other than the supervisors and you guys. And I just hope that the developer and the farmer will hear the outrage that's in the community. And I like my neighbors, I like my farmers, but I'm mystified that we're not finding a solution to this problem. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public that would like to speak on this item? Not seeing any hands going up, and I don't think we have letters specifically for this.
Mr. Chair.
Is that Joe?
Yeah, it's me. I wanted to make a comment because on these two last projects, there have been folks raising comments about odor concerns, and it does sound like we're getting pretty consistent concerns about odors at certain times, and that information is really helpful to planning staff. So I would like to get it out into the community that they should be contacting planning and development with any complaints that they have regarding odor or any other complaints for cannabis projects. And our staff, well, we have enforcement staff dedicated to investigating these complaints to help improve the situation. So they're more than welcome to reach out to us with those complaints.
Okay, thank you. And also to reiterate, I don't know if Mr. Bunting, if you were here for the last item, but the fragrance is not part of our purview. We hear you, but we are unable to make a ruling on that ourselves. So we're strictly an aesthetic board, as you had mentioned. But we feel your pain.
When you define aesthetic, it's kind of hard to leave things out that relate to beauty. And so when we're talking about something that smells bad, tastes bad, looks bad, those are all aesthetics. I understand what you're talking about. Yeah. I'm just complaining because it doesn't seem to be getting heard.
I understand. Okay.
Anyway, thanks.
I have a question. Is this project slated to go to the Planning Commission? I didn't see a planner memo.
Yes.
It is?
Okay.
First stop is Planning Commission for discussion.
Okay. Because the Planning Commission is a important venue for neighbors to attend and express their concerns.
Okay. We have another speaker, Marcelo Lopez. Sir, whenever you're ready, you have 2 minutes. You are on mute. Maybe I have to unmute you. Sorry. Give me a second. There you go, sir. Whenever
Thank
you're ready.
you. I just wanted to make a couple of comments. We talk about the issue of aesthetics, and I agree with the previous comment that was just made, so I'm not going to repeat it. But we also had the applicant remind us earlier that they needed to increase the height, and this is germane to this issue, to make production more effective. More effective production increases odors. Odors, therefore, increases production. Therefore, odors are increased. So, it's really difficult to kind of separate these issues, and the homeowners and the residents and people that don't work in government need the opportunity to express their concerns. But often the public is prevented because of a lot of bureaucratic rules and regulations that say, you can't do this and you can't do that. We need to have an opportunity every step of the way to be able to comment on these ramifications and implications on the negative quality of life issues. I respect the growers' right to grow, and make a living. They need to respect our rights to also have a good environment to live in and to also have our property values retained. So that's quickly my comment. It's a real difficult discussion. It's not as easy to be able to just carve it in half and say this is not within your jurisdiction. These are the only times that the public has to comment. And I think we need to take advantage of that opportunity every time.
Okay, thank you. We do appreciate your comments. I have a hard time equating scent with, you know, the visuals. I mean, I think they would state the sensory, but you know, I think many members on the board here have the same feelings that you do, and so we're trying to look for a way to, you know, make your concerns known as well. And so, thank you for coming today, and thank you for your comments. Anyone else from the public that would like to speak?
Yes, yes, I would. Oh, okay. Are you recognizing me yet?
Yes, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm concerned about the request to increase the height of 7 feet. I understand now that some of them are already higher, but I think the building in the middle, from what the planner told me, was 18 feet. And in the drawing that you showed, it was at the same level. So I'm not sure if the 22 feet is higher than the metal building, because it seemed like that was kind of, you know, in the drawing, it looked like it was at the same. You showed the story poles seeing from Via Real at the entrance, but what about the story poles from seeing from Foothill or La Mirada? La Mirada is a whole estate with lots of public viewing, lots of residents that go up the hill above Foothill Road. And that seems to me that would be a much bigger concern from not so much Foothill, but the whole neighborhood above there. And then again, the question I'd asked before, will the additional height allow more cultivation? There's plenty that's being removed from the ESH of the Arroyo Paradon Creek. With the reconstruction of greenhouses, there should be better material being used, maybe even a sealed greenhouse, at least change the siding, the polycarbonate that I mentioned already before. On a plan, it looks like there are 3 separate processing rooms. Will they all be sealed with each having their own carbon filtration system? Regarding the buyer's odor abatement equipment, what is the distance from the pipes to the roof vents? Because there's new technology coming that maybe the buyers should be in the ridge vents. You know, this is old technology. This is continually evolving, and meetings with the Planning Commission, we're seeing some different things, and I'm not sure this project is using any of this yet. And wouldn't it be better to start with a new sealed greenhouse? You can see the amount of this property along the creek and the neighbors living in the La Mirada estates and those living on Padero Lane. So those are people that are being affected by the odors that are smelling. And again, there is a complaint process. We know about the complaint process, and we get a standard letter back saying they can't do anything till the permits are received. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, anyone else from the public that would like to speak on this item? I have a question for staff. We were told to go look at the story poles for item number 3, but this was not mentioned. Were we supposed to look at these for item 4?
Yes.
Leah?
Hi, everyone. I'm sorry, this is Gwen, the planner. I was not aware that there were story poles up for this project. I'm sorry about that. I think that must have been a miscommunication between the applicant and I.
Okay.
So there are story poles up right now?
Yeah, we saw some photos of them, but we were not instructed to go view them. Okay, just wanted to clarify that. And then, okay, so that closes our public comment, and we'll bring it back to the board for comments, beginning with Ms. Froscher. Do you have comments?
Actually, first a question. I'm sorry, there's so much information flying around here. Could the applicant clarify what the odor control system is presently and what it's going to be in the future? Is part of it carbon filter?
Clay, you want me to take that?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Jay, if you want to go for it, I was just looking for, I was muted and I was talking, but page 13 of our application does show the odor control equipment.
So we'll be adding additional carbon filtration into, there's some already, but we'll be adding additional carbon filters inside the processing space inside the packing house. Those are pointed to on the floor plans in front of you.
So it's the gray areas, is that right? But the
No,
green.
the gray areas are really kind of mechanical and storage. The white areas where you see the 3 blue dots, that's where the processing happens, and that's where the carbon filtration units will be placed.
But in the mass of the greenhouses themselves, are they still a vented system?
Yeah, they'll be vented, and the vapor phase odor control piping is existing and substantially consistent with what you see there for our proposed layout.
Okay. Well, for my comments, I would reiterate what I felt about the other application. I do not support raising the height of the roof. I feel that there are too many issues and too much concern in terms of the residential neighborhoods that surround these to, again, set precedents by starting to increase the heights without fully addressing the odor control over the whole thing. I do think that our aesthetic purview crosses over into concerns for quality of life and quality of community. And I do not support raising the height. And I would also like to see more screening at the entrance and along the south, as Kaylee was discussing, and a more integrated landscape plan. But I have big concerns for the way this process is working or not working.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Verdiak?
Well, I agree with Valerie. We're always talking about odor control and raising the height of the buildings. Does that have any bearing on odor control? I think that, we're sort of talking about technical issues that we're ignorant about. I mean, I don't support raising the height of the greenhouses either. It seems that, they're too massive, and perhaps I know that story poles are the only way we can communicate at the moment, but when you visualize them over those 1,000 square feet, it's has a much greater impact than the story poles might suggest. So that would be my comment. I can't support that raising the height.
Okay, thank you. Member Grubb, comments?
So I agree with Valerie on the studying the additional screening and a more integrated landscape plan that includes the south and the east portions of the site. I have some concerns about the height raising on this parcel because it seems more visible from Kyrell and the highway, which I'll find out more when I go and look at the story poles. It's not quite as surrounded, the previous project was surrounded with these taller greenhouses, so I feel like it's a different situation. And I too am concerned about the odor control, but it sounds like it's not something we can comment on. So.
Okay, very good. I agree with all that was said previously. This is, to me, a different location and closer to the 101, more impactful to more people. especially, coming in on the 101 and along Via Real. So we didn't have a chance to see the story poles on this one, but I think we need to. So I would recommend that we bring this back for further conceptual when we've had a chance to look at those story poles. And I also concur that we need to see more detail about what kind of screening is taking place, at that main entrance off of Via Real. Excuse me. So what else? I think that was it for me. And any other comments from the board?
Yeah, I just would like to add to that. I didn't mention how this is part of the kind of gateway into Carpinteria as you drive on the freeway. And it is an important visual corridor as well as a smell corridor. When you drive through there now, it comes into your car on the freeway. So.
Yeah, I also have a little, as far as the visibility of this from the freeway, you're elevated through that area also. So I think it'll be more visually impactful and it'll be seen more readily from the freeway. So we'll move this to whenever you want to come back for further conceptual. Any, Joe, do you have questions about comments?
No, I don't have any questions. I have basically two main comments, and that's the comments about the height of the greenhouse as well as landscaping along the entrance from Via Real.
Yeah. Okay. And then I guess the board would also request further clarification from administration regarding what constitutes aesthetic. Is olfactory included in that? This is, we're still questioning what we're able to do here. So
yeah, and we appreciate the community asking for that to be clarified, because it's easy for the community to get caught between different review bodies saying, well, that's not our decision, and then getting shuttled to somebody else.
I think the matter of quality of life is a good way to express it. Because then that becomes a question of aesthetics.
Right. Okay.
So I'm happy to elevate that question up through the chain and have a discussion here internally at P&D. Certainly, the question about whether or not that's under the Planning Commission's jurisdiction is absolutely correct. They do have that authority and will be reviewing all of these projects in terms of neighborhood compatibility. But we will return to this board with additional feedback about the comments regarding odor.
Yes, because it's really tied together. If we encourage the increase in height, then there should also be an increase in awareness for the community of odor control. They go together. So we can't just push that forward in a vacuum, I don't think.
Yeah, okay. Very good. That will do it for item number 4. Let's take
Mr. Chair, I have a couple of just suggestions, if you'd allow me 30 seconds. I'm the agent for the project.
Go ahead.
It feels like the board here, or your members are, and this is not unusual, sort of really interested in weighing in on operational and some land use matters that sometimes arguably are tough to grapple with for this review and in terms of that protocol. The growers are always providing tours of the greenhouses, and if you haven't individually been inside a greenhouse or talked to a grower about how the operations work, and it's really interesting, and I think it's fundamental. You guys are asking some fundamental questions, so I think we would be missing an opportunity if you didn't have a tour, during these deliberations or these types of deliberations. So reach out through the chair or through staff. I can set that up anytime. Point of clarification, there is an overall landscape plan in your box directory. So you'll have that next time this comes back. And, you know, it would be good to do a tour to see the other greenhouses in the area. This board has looked at projects in the beginning of the year that were didn't have an issue with height increases. So we're wondering about what's changed. You know, projects just 75 feet to the north are up there at 20 feet, and those were reviewed by your body. So it's a little bit of an issue of fairness, but we're happy to sort of get you guys back out there, look at the story poles, and we can definitely look at additional landscaping. A little tricky down there in the corner with property lines and some ash boundaries, but happy to make that happen.
All right, thank you. I think that's good advice. I think all of us on the board would appreciate learning more, because we will encounter more of these. So we'll look into that. Thank you. So we need to move on, but let's take a 5-minute break.
Mr. Chair, just for clarification, did you do a 2-week continuance on the motion?
I guess you'll talk to Leah about how long.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough,
So
thank
we'll return at 11:20 or so for item number 5. Thanks. Okay, reconvening the SBAR meeting on October 2nd with item number 5, CVW Organic Farms Cannabis Cultivation 20 BAR 00121, request of Shelter Architecture for conceptual review of as-built greenhouses of approximately 5,400 square feet, 11,000 square feet, 31,000 square feet, and 56,000 square feet, plus 2 320 square foot containers and 6 above ground water storage tanks. Let's see, this is the location is 1480, 1400, and 1296 Cravens Lane in Carpinteria. Who do we have for an applicant? Please state your name for the record.
You guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi. You ready for our presentation?
Just one second. Josh, are you back with us? Yeah, so Josh will pull up the plans and you can tell him where you want to go in your set.
Okay, and we had anticipated
Are we back on?
sharing.
This,
We have some additional graphics.
Chris, are we?
Hi, Michelle. Do you have the files pulled up on your desktop?
Do I?
No, does Michelle?
I do. I can.
Give me just a second and I'll get you set up, okay?
Are we on the next item, Chris? Sorry.
Yeah, we're on item number 5.
Okay, so we're done with the previous applicant. All right. Let me get Leah, am I set up here?
You know what, Josh? We have the applicant who has it ready on her screen, so I think that you can take a little break.
Great, thank you.
And Michelle, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
That's showing the site plan on the screen for everyone right now. Can you see it? Okay, okay. So just to introduce myself, my name is Michelle McToldridge with Shelter Architecture. I'm the architect for CVW Organic Farms. This is a family farm that's been growing flowers and produce and more recently cannabis for over 50 years in the area. This is a project application that was filed in January of 2019. And over this time, we've refined the plans a bit. We have a more robust odor control plan, added some additional demolition areas to reduce the size of development on the property, and just overall improvements through the year or two of learning we've gone through. We come before you because of the as-built greenhouse structures that you see on site here. They are represented with the darker hatch. And these are the areas, and I'm going to switch to another graphic because it'll help represent some of the demo areas as well. The work we're talking about is on 1480 and 1400 Cravens Lane. There's a greenhouse structure at the very back of the property. We propose to demo a whole section down the middle to separate from the shared property line and maintain these 2 sections of greenhouse. And then there's another greenhouse structure here. And in the process, we will be removing about 37,000 square feet of hoop house structures here that is represented with the red hatch pattern. So there, the buildings we're talking about are not visible from the right of way over here as they sit to the very back of the lot. And then we are going to add some improvements to this newly vacated portion, including, let's see if I can get this is the landscape plan where we're gonna move some of the containers that are in the setback here over here. All the water tanks that were located in a setback will be relocated here. We're going to do some landscaping here and provide a shade structure for employee use, and then add some additional avocado trees, which are the predominant landscaping and screening on the site along here, so that when one does drive past these properties, it will be screened by full-grown avocado trees. Then let's see, we'll have some pictures to share as well. So this is a view from the northeast of the site. This is the structures right there at 1480, and just beyond is the existing packing house that was permitted, I think, in the late 80s or early 90s. Oh, you not seeing it? Ooh, let's see. New share. Okay, there we go. So these, once again, this is the northeast corner looking back towards the greenhouses and the packing house. And see if I can get some more photos. Another view from Cravens Lane. And as a part of this project, there's going to be roads improvements. They're widening Cravens Lane, providing a parking lane and a sidewalk as required by Public Works. That means all these bird of paradise will come out, and you see them beyond here, but just beyond them are planted avocado trees that when fully grown, you get 20 to 30 feet here. Some of the existing ones that are grown to full maturity. So they do provide ample screening once they come in. This is an image looking at the approximate 11,000 square foot structure that will be remaining and is proposed as these as-built structures. And then beyond that are the larger greenhouse areas that we are permitting. And to your right here, you see the hoop houses that will be removed. And these are the structures at the very back of the property. This is what they look like now. And I know there's been some discussion on refinishing and finishes. These will be refinished with a new polycarbonate finish so that it will look fresh and new, and the old plastic will come off. And then this is kind of the last main view looking into the main entry at 1400 Cravens. And this beyond are the hoop houses, and then beyond that would be the greenhouses in question here. And I'm going to go back to a different screen so I can share the elevations of the greenhouses. So these are those existing structures. They're approximately 16'6" high, and they're side vent openings. So this is the odor control system down here where they can roll up the curtains, and then the odor control system is located lower. There's a series of security lights proposed, as you've seen on a lot of these projects. They'll be mounted just above that, and they are all dark sky compliant and shrouded so that they should minimize impacts to the neighbors. This is the other section of greenhouse, similar in height. These already have their siding on them and security lights. And I think this goes back to our original graphic. And I think that's, let's see, there was one more. I think we wanted to talk about the trees a little bit. Is that coming up? Oh, good. Okay. This is the proposed landscape trees, and we're going to put in these gem avocado trees that grow to 20, 30 feet. These are a little different than the Haas. They are faster growing and should reach their mature height in 3 or 4 years, and some have already been put in place. So we anticipate screening of these structures at the very back in just a few short years. And I think that covers our presentation at this time. I'm sure there's going to be questions, so I'll just leave it to you guys.
Okay, thank you very much. Back to the board for questions. Beginning with Mr. Verdiak, do you have questions? And to the applicant, you might want to leave maybe up the site plan.
No, no questions.
No questions from John. Ms. Grubb, questions?
Just one about the avocado trees. Did you say what size they were going in?
What size?
What's a container size for that?
Yeah, I guess, so they don't come in containers. They don't transport well or work well that way. They actually come in a bag. They're only like 6 to 8 inch diameter root balls, but the tree themselves are like 3 to 4 feet. And they come from some farms over on Toro Canyon Road. And that's just in their experience, the best way to get these going on the site.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Froscher, questions?
Yeah, the pale gray greenhouses at the bottom of the site plan, are did I miss it? Is there work being done to them?
Those are a part of the development plan. Those are all existing permitted greenhouses. So no additional work is being done to them. And they, are in generally good condition. So it's really just the dark shaded areas.
Right. Those are the existing unpermitted ones that are getting permitted. Okay.
Okay. Vice Chair Bloomer, questions?
Can you actually, I don't know, the applicant or Chris, can you just please briefly read briefly what the actual application's for? I lost track of that.
I did.
The proposed.
So this is for conceptual review of as-built greenhouses of 5,400 square feet, 11,000 square feet, 31,000 square feet, and 56,300 square feet, plus 2 320 square foot containers and 6 above ground water storage tanks.
So is there a planner assigned to this? I assume there is.
Yes, Petra.
Is she available? Probably not.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, I actually have Petra here with me, and we also have Steve Rodriguez, who is a contracted planner with the county as well.
Yeah, I'm here if you have any questions.
Just a brief question about what can you please define what as-built proposal really is? I have a sense of what I think it is, but I just want to make sure my assumptions are correct.
Another term for that would be the greenhouses were built without the benefit of permits. I don't know when they were constructed. I think it was more than 20 years ago. Michelle, you may have better information than that. So to legalize those greenhouses, because it's more than 20,000 square feet, which is a zoning ordinance standard or threshold, the development plan is required. So the greenhouses you see on the site plan that are dark gray are the greenhouses that were built without permits.
And then a follow-up question is, so I understand that we're basically looking at buildings that are structures in place and elements in place that were previously built potentially 20 years ago, more or less. And the application is to document what's there and get an approval or seek an approval so that these can be permitted as they currently are. And then so I understand that. So, and then in addition to, I just want to get clear about this. In addition to what's currently there, is there what elements are being proposed alongside them in order to make this application and approval and permitting process possible? And I assume it's landscape improvements and other improvements. I just want to make sure I have a clear list of what that is. I'm seeing landscape improvements being added that are not existing. Is that meant to bring it to the current standard of what's required for this kind of review?
You're correct. The additional landscaping that's being, there is a rather limited amount of landscaping that is being proposed. Michelle, maybe you can wave your cursor over where the new plants are. Thank you. The rest of the landscaping is existing. There are no revisions or changes to the permitted structures that are on the project site. There's no new construction other than the little shade structure in the bottom of the area where the hoop houses used to be. So there's really very little new construction proposed with this project.
So other than the landscaping, is there any other elements proposed that aren't part of the existing fabric that's being as-built permitted?
Such as is there any additional parking? I know there's there are the improvements along Cravens Lane where there's widening of the road and new walkway. So that actually eats up some of the landscape, right? So are there any changes to parking
Like
configuration?
landscaping, parking, fences, lighting, like just looking for a list of what's actually being added in to make this work.
The roadway improvements along Cravens Lane are a requirement of the Public Works Department. So that is a condition of approval. The lighting, there is existing lighting at the project site. Some additional lighting is being proposed. There are no changes to the parking configuration. Most of the parking is associated with the agricultural processing building that is permitted. Michelle, maybe you can wave over the processing building right there. I think there's 48 parking spaces associated with that building that were approved when the plan for the structure was approved. There are, I think, 12 other parking spaces on the project site in the vicinity of the packing structure.
And I'd like to just add that this is an existing farm and also an existing operator who has current state licenses. So they've already had in place a fencing system, security system, and lighting system. And the packing house, which was at the time constructed for a cut flower and bouquet business. So there's a large loading dock and a field of concrete, and semi trucks would come in and out of here consistently throughout the day. And so that's being moved completely from the site. So it's really a quiet space now, but the building was permitted under a development plan. So there was rather, intensive detail in parking, fencing, landscape screening at that time, and those are all in place.
Okay. Thank you. No more questions.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? I have a quick question. Why avocados? Are they going to actually be utilized for the fruit? Because they're not exactly fast.
Yeah, these the same family and farm has a lot of avocado orchard just behind these structures and beyond, several acres beyond. And they do use the ones that are already there and any others on their site for harvesting avocado and additional ag use. And those are the ones that have been the most hardy and have, produced income as well. So that's why they're there. They're just a continuation of the farming.
Okay, and what is the source cited for the growth speed, I guess, if you will, of the avocados? I tend to think that they're pretty darn slow growing. So I guess my question is geared towards, should we consider a different screening plant that's faster growing, and or consider installing more mature landscape right off the bat to help with screening?
Well, I actually spoke with Jerry Van Wingerden, who is an avocado farmer, and he's the one who suggests that we get, or that they plant gem avocados, which they look like Hass, but are the faster growing. And those were the ones he says come from a farm right off Toro Canyon, and he thought would be the quickest to grow to a taller height than a screening height.
Okay, fair enough. All right, let's bring it back and go to public comment. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? Seeing hands go up. Let's see, Anna Carrillo.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
2 minutes when you're ready.
Okay, all right, so I sent an aerial or a Google Earth shot because we have a lot of residents right around here. And so I think there are over 500 residents that are right in the vicinity. And so, they're only talking about, the unpermitted structures. And I think there needs to be more landscaping, further distancing, from the, because you've got the sandpiper across the street, you've got the new green, the whole new, well, let's see, where are you here? Okay, here's Cravens. Okay, so this green area is a new whole Sea House. It's still shown as a beautiful green area, but that's a whole development with maybe 30 30 new residences that are being built. And then you have the villas here, you have Sandpiper over here, you have Franciscan Village over here. So, I mean, this project is very, and you can see from the back of the parking lot from Franciscan Village, you can see some of the greenhouses. So I think you see back into, and again, it's a little hard distorted, but I just wanted to make sure you saw that. And of course, I have trouble with permitting something that was not permitted in the first place. With the agricultural overlay, they had 2 years in which to get the permits, and it was not done. And then, of course, the other problem with allowing the unpermitted structures to be included, we have a whole problem with the number that can be allowed in Area A. And so there's, you know, I know Steve Rodriguez wrote me and said, yes, someone in the planning department is overlooking it, but when you look at piecemeal pieces, you know, one project coming in with this unpermitted, another project coming in with another unpermitted, there needs to be a whole full scale. I mean, there needs to be an overview of how many. These 3 addresses are used all together on their 8 provisional state cultivation licenses, and currently they're growing. And I think it's in where the unpermitted structures are. How many more employees will they be? There will be, and then it looks to me like it looks like they're going to be 138 employees, vehicles coming in, 5 to 7 semi-truck. And then they're using a different kind of odor abatement, and I'd kind of like it explained because they're doing a side venting where the curtains come up. And so it's a whole different process. And this is the first project that I've seen with this. And if it can be explained for everybody, it would be wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you want to field that question briefly about the odor control system? Michelle, you're on mute, by the way.
Yeah, I'd like to. So first, just want to mention, I think she's looking at existing or flower day employee counts. There's more than half, you know, we're cutting the employees in half, vehicle traffic in half, and eliminating all of the semi trips. So this is a much less dense and active crop than when there were flowers. And then the odor control system, I do have some graphics that shared the elevation of the odor control. This is how they've been doing it and have been fairly successful. I mean, in the past, county and other officials have come through and been really impressed with how well the odor is abated here. And part of why that works is the vapor phase system, the piping, it comes along here just below the openings to the sides of the greenhouses, just on the ends. And, you know, where the odor comes out, the vapor mingles with it immediately, and it's, you know, neutralized within 10 feet or so from the edge. Whereas a lot of the greenhouses have a pipe running along the top, and it's intended to kind of capture the whole, say, acre, for instance, of odor by creating a curtain up in the air and hoping to capture it. And whereas winds and other environmental factors make that very difficult. So this has been really successful on their existing greenhouses, the lower ones at 1296, and they'll do the same on these structures. And then in addition, they have all the nursery and the immature plants, which don't typically produce odor at all, if any. They do propose carbon filter units throughout those spaces. They're mobile, they can move where there is potential odor, and there's a whole series of those proposed in those as well. So that's a little different from a lot of projects.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Marcello Lopez, 2 minutes when you're ready.
Thank you. I have a question and I have some comments. The government process can be very daunting, and sometimes we get caught up with all the answers that are given. I have a real simple question. How much of square footage is permitted, and how much is unpermitted on that site? And here are my comments. My comments relate to what Ms. Carrillo mentioned earlier. And let me give you a few more specifics that I want to make sure don't get lost in the translation. And that is the impact to the people. There are 30 homes at the Villas of Carpinteria, 30 homes at Seaside, 280 homes at Sandpiper Mobile Village Park, 142 homes at Franciscan Village, 139 homes at the Polo Condos. There are 43 homes at Casa de las Flores. There are more than 100 homes on Padero Lane. And these are just to name a few. When we add these numbers, you're talking about 777 homes. You assume there are 2 people per home, you're easily talking 1,500 people that are directly impacted. These are the folks that need to be taken into consideration. There needs to be a balance between the business interests and the resident interests. It's time to make it fair. So I hope that we can take that into consideration. And these are the opportunities, the only opportunities that we have to comment. So the comments that we give are very, very important. And then in terms of complaints, the county has a complaint system. I can't tell you how many times I've submitted complaints and how many of my neighbors have submitted complaints. And I evaluate a complaint system based on its results. The net results of the multiple complaints that have been filed are really meaningless. It still stings. So what I'm asking is that measures be taken to have an effective, proven system to eliminate the odors.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Steve Bunting.
Hi, thank you again so much for your hard work here today, everybody. And I wonder if Michelle could put back up the plot map of the plan. I'd like to ask a question from the perspective of Venice Lane. And I wonder if you could put the end of Venice Lane, a mark or something on the plan to show where that is on your plan. Might be off the screen, but you can refer to it.
I'm not familiar with Venice Lane. Is that coming from the mobile home park?
Okay, so I live at 4155 Venice Lane, and I share the driveway with the Van Wingerdens, and at the other side of their property. And a number of people in my neighborhood look right out at the fields and watch the operation all day and night. I have to say that when you have a neighbor that's in non-compliance in terms of permits and other legal ordinances, you know, it is crazy making to give them another permit without fixing everything that hasn't been permitted previously. This is a problem. We intersect and interact with that farm every single day. Their driveway that borders my property is 9 feet from my bedroom windows. And I can just tell you the number of semi trucks and other cars and trucks that run up there every day is astounding. So that doesn't seem to be addressed in this plan. I don't hear any comments about the other side of the farm and how this is going to impact that area. But I wish you would take a few minutes and direct some attention to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you pull up the site plan and maybe we can get an idea of where Mr. Bunting's living quarters are?
I think that is in this neighborhood over here.
We're not
down
seeing.
here.
We're not seeing.
If you
need
go
to-
to the bear, are you not seeing my screen? Oh,
You
God.
share. Yeah.
You share. And my cursor. So way down here on the bottom right is a residential neighborhood. The Van Wingerd family does own this farm. It is not cannabis, and it's also just a produce farm. It's just and flowers. I think that is the one he's talking about. There are, you know.
Yes, but Michelle, what happens on one side of the farm actually impacts the other because they bring refuse and garbage and dump it into the fields on our side. So it's not like a walled system. It's an open loop. Things move from that side that they're developing over to the side where we live.
Okay, so Mr. Bunting, is that correct that that's the location where you're?
I can't tell, and unfortunately, I've been waiting for this all day, but I've got to go.
Okay.
That but the planning process should incorporate the whole area, because we look at it, we live next to it, we already smell it, we already interact with it, and the things that happen at the developed area of the Van Wingerden area end up coming over to the other side of the farm. So it's not like walled off. It is part and parcel of the same operation.
Thanks. Michelle, can you bring up the site plan again, please? I'm trying to get an idea of where,
It's my understanding that he lives, there's another parcel here. It is owned by the same family, but completely not connected to the cannabis. And the cannabis fencing and security is limited to this area with only one entrance up here at the Cravens Lane off 1400. So
okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure how there's a connection. There is a farm here, and maybe there's some things that he's concerned about with this farm, but it is not related to this project.
Okay, thank you. Carol Stoltz, you have 2 minutes when you're ready.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I actually live on Cravens Lane, directly across from the warehouse that is the two-story structure here. And the thing that I'm really concerned about is the visual and sound aspect of the access through the driveway there, and then especially the warehouse, because I've lived here for a long time, and there was a whole screen of trees in front of that warehouse. They were pine trees. They were really large. They actually were completely covering the front aspect of the warehouse. And then when we had the drought and then the rain, subsequent rain following, one of the trees came down. And so they actually took out all the trees and put in the avocados. Those avocados have been in there for a few years, but there is actually no screening at all from the avocados at this point from my house. And I live on the Pacific View. I actually, from my front porch, look at that warehouse. So screening is super important to me, both for the visual and also because of the sound. Although, thank you so much for mentioning that there's not going to be a bunch of semi trucks, because that's really encouraging to me. But I'm kind of discouraged with the proposal about planting more avocado trees, even though they might be fast growing, because they won't be nearly as big as the pine trees that were there previously. And I'd love to see some big trees. So that, this is just like looking at industrial stuff across the street, and it's not pretty. And so the more screening, the better, as far as I'm concerned. So that's pretty much my comment on it. Don't have any comments about the smell, because it actually, I must say, living within just like a couple hundred feet, I really rarely smell anything from this property. So that's what I wanted to. I did want to know also, how tall is the two-story warehouse structure, and are the trees they're proposing even going to come close to covering that vision of that beautiful structure they've got? Okay. All right, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, anyone else from the public that would like to speak on this item? Seeing no one, we'll bring it back to the board for comments. Let's see, Ms. Grubb, comments?
Yes, so related to the screening, I appreciate the use of the avocados, continuing with the kind of agriculture matrix that's surrounding the property, but I think as a standalone screening, they might not be effective enough at least in the current future, the immediate future. So I'm just wondering if maybe layering of screening materials might be possible. I think that's my only comment.
Okay. Mr. Verdiak?
No, I don't have any comments.
Okay. Mr. Peugeot is not here yet, I don't think. Ms. Froscher? Comments?
Yeah, I wanted to make sure everybody was aware that it looks like the planner from Carpinteria had a list of comments about this project as well, that I figure will be going into the record. He mentions fencing, some of which has barbed wire. Where is that? And you know, it does seem like fencing's kind of an important component of the screening, and that there be planting in front of any fencing. And I too feel that that there needs to be really substantial, maybe different than the avocados along the Cravens Lane frontage. It's very exposed, and it's going to get a whole lot more exposed when all those bird of paradise get taken out for the sidewalk improvements. The sidewalk's a good thing for that road, but it means that there's going to need to be a more complete plan for screening the buildings there. And again, I feel like we are getting caught up in a big cumbersome process. The fact that there's this Carpinteria Valley agricultural overlay, people have referred to it, it's divided into part A and part B. And there are caps on the amount of square footage, but nobody knows what that is, because there are so many unpermitted as-built structures that are coming in as part of proposals. And at some point, it's all going to catch up. And there are more proposals in the works now than there is allowable square footage. But, you know, the idea of approving these pretty massive amounts of unpermitted existing structures it's very difficult to me. And I have driven through this neighborhood, and you know, I'm kind of amazed by the quantity of residences that are immediately adjacent to this property, including that new development that just looks like vacant land on this site plan. This is all new homes that are
Oh, I think we lost you, Val.
being sold for, oh, do you hear me?
We did. We lost about 7 seconds.
Oh, I see. I have an unstable internet connection.
You were talking about the homes on the adjacent lot, the new ones.
Yeah, this lot right here between Cravens and the existing light gray greenhouses, that's a very dense new residential development with a lot of new residents in addition to all the other people that were mentioned that are all around this property. So.
Okay, very good. I also thank you for mentioning that. We do, I forgot to mention, we have several letters in opposition. There are 6 letters submitted, which I did not mention during public comment, but they are in the folder and the public can view those as well. Any other comments from Ms. Frasher? No, okay, Vice Chair Bloomer, comments?
Yeah, I mean, I have a general comment that I think, you know, I think any effort with this type of project, which I think we're seeing a few of has been discussed, any improvements to the aesthetic quality of the kind of perimeters, any kind of improvement to the aesthetic quality of the perimeter of the project, especially those that are facing public areas or neighborhoods or public right-of-ways and roads. There should be some effort to beautify it and make an aesthetically pleasing presentation in the neighborhood, which is really what this board is usually concerned with. So taking this particular project, that would best be handled by doing quality landscaping along those edges, you know, and done in a proportionate manner. So that's my comment and encouragement to the applicant. And it's a bit frustrating listening to the public comment, because most of the public comment, a lot of what our board members are talking about are planning elements. I don't think this is that as difficult as we're making it, because it doesn't need to be, because there's a planning commission, and the planning commission, and we have a staff of planning staff that are handling all the issues that are being discussed. And probably the simplest thing we can do to help this process along is not get ourselves over involved in things that are not in our purview, and create a nice, clean, clear understanding for the general public and ourselves and the applicants about what we're doing and what they're doing so that the process can move forward effectively. And when we start meddling and discussing these things in the wrong forum, makes it hard for people to understand where to take those discussions and how to have them debated, discussed, and resolved or decided upon. So I don't think this needs to be as difficult as we're making it. I think we have a duty to the architectural aesthetic of these neighborhoods, which includes landscape architecture. And I don't think we need to be concerned about things that aren't in our purview that are being handled by other boards and other parts of the county process and staff that are handling it with pretty clear understanding of what they're doing. So it might not be what everybody wants, but I just think that a lot of times being wasted on discussion here that's just completely outside the purview of this board.
Okay, any other comments? All right. So I think my major concern here is that screening, especially given all that bird of paradise that'll come out and the widening of the road and addition of sidewalk. I don't know where that sidewalk's going to go, but I don't see avocados as appropriate in terms of the speed at which they'll fill in there. So I think what we need here is maybe a separate landscape plan so we can really see like what is the width of that planter that you do have to allow for screening. And so I guess that's my comment. Provide a landscape plan showing all existing and proposed landscape, and consider, or actually just use a different plant other than avocados, and consider mature trees for more intimate screening. But I think having a landscape plan will show us exactly what the parameters are that you're dealing with. And we'll deal.
Mr. Chair, can I add something to that too?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think probably the other thing is lighting. Lighting is an issue as well, and I think it comes up on different projects, but there's downward pointing lighting, but these facilities need light. So any effort to create good conditions for working conditions, it also shields some of that lighting, spillage that happens towards the neighborhoods and public areas. That's also probably in the toolkit. And again, I just want to add, like, to the neighbors and the people who are concerned about this, everybody's concerned about it. I don't mean to sound glib or anything or dismissive, but you are missing your opportunity if you're not talking to us specifically about what our purview, and you do have a chance to work with us. We can actually improve the aesthetic quality of this. And we could spend a lot of time debating whether smell or operational concerns have aesthetic meaning, but those are pretty well defined and they're being handled by others. But if you guys work with us, we may be able to actually beautify this to a level that improves your neighborhood, and you could have that. And then you can go on to the other processes to handle the bigger planning concerns about use and what can and can't happen here, why something should be permitted and how it should be permitted and regulated, and all the other things that you're concerned about can get handled there. But don't miss the opportunity to use this board to make this project as beautiful as possible, and as architecturally correct, and landscaping done correctly and lighting done correctly. That's where we focus, and that's where we get our best work done. So if you give us specific direction on what you want from that, we can actually work with you to create something. Otherwise, just again, wasted effort that you're missing, and you're missing an opportunity to beautify. And I know you want to do that, and I know you want to mitigate some of the other concerns. Why not have both? Go to the planning commission and talk about those issues. Go to the planners, talk about the planning issues, but use us to get this as beautiful as possible. We'll help you to do that. We can.
Okay. Joe, do you have questions about our comments or clarification needed?
Yeah, just real quick, I'd like to run through them just to make sure I didn't miss anything. Generally, I only have 2 comments, and they're both, one's regarding landscaping and one's regarding lighting. I have returned with complete landscape plan showing existing proposed landscaping, and that to use different plants other than avocado trees to provide screening along Cravens Lane and to screen structural development. And then in general, I have a comment to improvement to aesthetic quality at the perimeter of the project, is strongly encouraged by the board. Was there anything else landscape-wise that you wanted to include?
I think, no, that's it. That covers it. And then as far as the lighting goes, you know, we want to make sure that these are not going to be on all night. And actually, shoot, I meant to mention this before, but the color temperature of the lighting should also be included so that we can make a judgment. We don't want big, bright, cold lights. We want the warm tones if possible. And hopefully all these are shielded as well, and only come on at night if there's a security issue. Otherwise, they would be off.
So then as for comment, I have return with lighting plan to shield lighting spillage towards neighborhoods and public areas, and include color, temperature, and timing schedule on lighting plan.
Yeah. I think that's probably covers it. Okay, and then so basically this is here for conceptual. How does the board want to proceed? Further conceptual, are we close? Do we come back for further conceptual / preliminary?
Chris, you asked for something that hasn't been presented, so I think kind of, you know, you wanted kind of a more defined landscape plan, like we're talking about. I guess we got a presentation on a little bit on photometrics here with lighting, but I think maybe more discussion about.
Yeah, well, I think if they come back, then, you know, and it's acceptable, then we can get the preliminary. But we should also have a comment about the as-built included in this as well. So,
Chair, if I
go ahead, Joe.
I was just going to say, as far as the level of review when it returns, this project is for a development plan, and so I would recommend that you either allow it to return for further conceptual or allow it to return for preliminary review following approval by the decision maker. But I wouldn't join those two because it needs to get through all of conceptual review before it goes to the decision maker.
Okay, thank you. So then I think we should bring it back for further conceptual so that we get a better idea of exactly what the screening is for Craven's location and elsewhere on the site. Any other comments from the board?
Yeah, I would agree that a complete screening plan, and, you know, maybe with some photo sims to really show, because this big storage building is really an eyesore and it's going to become more so. And that, you know, in the context of getting thousands and thousands of square feet of as-built permitted, that they should up their game in terms of how they present to the neighborhood in terms of screening, fencing, planting.
Yeah, okay, good. I think it's not just a screening plan. I would say, you know, a well-developed landscape plan with a focus on screening, but we don't want to limit it to just that, but also, yes, to include fencing and lighting. We need to have a really clear idea of what's being proposed.
Yeah, I agree. There's little else we can do besides landscape and trying to fluff it up. And so I think further conceptual with the emphasis on landscaping, lighting, et cetera, is the best we can do.
Okay, very good. Sounds like we're in agreement. So you have your comments. We'll now move on to item number 6, and then we'll probably need to take a lunch break. So those of you here for items 7 through 10, more than likely going to have a 30 to 45 minute break coming up here, so that you know. All right, item number 6, Ortiz Edition 20 BAR 00065, request of Patrick Marr, architect, for Raul and Nora Ortiz. This is for conceptual review of a 169 square foot addition to the existing 1572 square foot residence. Will not require grading. Property is 0.22 acres. Located at 37 San Dimas Avenue in Santa Barbara, Nolita. We saw this on June 5th of this year. There was no public comment. We had 2 SBAR comments, and they are as follows. Architectural style, mass, bulk, and scale are acceptable as presented. Consider moving front wall forward 2 to 3 feet, recentering gable ridge to include entry, and adding post at left side of front entry. So do we have, is Patrick Marr here with us?
Excuse me. Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
And whenever you're ready, just tell Josh which page you want to be on.
Okay. Well, first off, just looking at the site plan that's there, I had brought the front of the kitchen out about 2 feet towards the street and added a post, excuse me, as was requested. And due to the angle of the property line to the right side of the house, it required that I put another sort of zigzag in the side of the house so I would stay out of the setback. And so if you could move forward a couple sheets, please.
Have we seen this before?
Yes. June.
And so that second sheet that you're scrolling by now is the existing demolition plan. So if you could go to the next sheet, please.
How come it says that it could return for preliminary and final on consent?
Val, I think that this project had some changes to the project description. And the planner felt that it needed to come back on the regular agenda, and I believe it was just for further conceptual.
Yeah, if you could go one more sheet, please. Okay, that's the proposed plan where the front of the kitchen is moved out additional 2 feet. And you can see the post to the left side of the front door. And I rejiggered the interior a little bit to get all the appliances in there. And if you could move down one more sheet, please. And there's the new elevations. Basically just extruding the front towards the street a little bit in the front elevation. It's in the upper left-hand corner, and providing a little more rain coverage over the front door, and which was a concern from some of the panel members. And one of the things that, well, so those basically are the changes that were talked about in the June hearing. And then when I talked to the clients, they had decided to go ahead and change all the windows. Currently the windows are vinyl, and they would like to go with a nail-on aluminum clad window. And currently the fireplace is the exposed brick from the early 60s, and they're kind of tired of that, and they wanted to cover it with stucco to match the rest of the house. And then also originally we were just going to sort of patch the roof, where they would like to re-roof the entire building. And they changed the roof color to a charcoal color, and they changed the stucco from matching the existing to a sort of buff color that's similar to decomposed granite. And then the trim that currently is white would be brown, and same with the aluminum cladding on the windows. And that's basically it.
Okay, I have a quick question. Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Quick question for staff. It sounds like, is there a reason that all the new stuff is not included? Like new roof, new, all stucco, new windows? Shouldn't that be listed in the agenda description, so we know what we're about to review?
Well, if it's match existing, Eric, those things would just be considered maintenance items and repairs, but that depends on how it's being presented, I guess.
Well, it didn't sound to me like it was match existing. I've got a new roof and all that. So anyway, I guess in the future, maybe we should consider being more active if a project is coming back with a whole new sort of scope. Okay. All right,
Mr. Chair, your comment is about the roof and change out of the windows. Is that correct?
Well, it sounded like, I mean, it was just here for a little minor addition, but Mr. Marr just explained that, and I don't think I got all of it, but that they're stuccoing the whole house maybe and putting a new roof on and all new windows. That seems pretty major, and then maybe that should be in the description.
Yeah, and that's the reason why it was kicked off of the consent calendar. Was
yeah, so it's basically a new scope of work that should be listed on the agenda. Otherwise, we're just going and thinking, oh, it's just that little change that we need to focus on. But we're sort of blindsided a little bit here by, hey, and this, and this, and this. So I just want to make a request that those major changes be included in the agenda for the description on the project.
Sure, I can work with the planners to make sure that changes to the project scope are included in the project decision or the project description on the agenda. Generally speaking, though, I would say that not every single architectural change that's considered part of the project would be listed on the agenda. It generally talks about additions and that's square footage items, not as much change out of windows and materials.
Okay, that just seemed major enough to list those, but that's fine. You'll use your best judgment. All right, let's bring it to the board for questions. Vice Chair Bloomer, questions?
None.
Sorry, you said none? Okay, Member Frosher, questions?
No, all those changes sound like nice improvements.
Okay. What is the new roof? Sorry to interrupt, but.
Well, the existing roof is a comp shingle that's sort of brown. The new roof would be a comp shingle, a Timberline Ultra that's charcoal color.
Okay, thank you. Member Verdiak, where are we? Questions?
Well, I think that it would be interesting to see some photographs of the adjacent houses to see, it seems like the front was very plain and this is a great improvement, but, perhaps, so add something like shutters or wainscot or, it seems the house is still very plain and is that going to be compatible with the neighborhood would be my question.
Yeah, do we have any site photos or project photos?
I had given some photos to the planner, which if you want to share the screen with me, I can show you my photos that just sort of give you the flavor of the existing house and a couple shots.
Do you want to see that now, John, or do you want to have him bring that next time?
Well, I think if he's going to come back, yeah, next time would be good.
Yeah, okay. Member Grubb, questions?
This is also for conceptual review, so if you do want to allow him to show that, that's fine today.
Yeah, I think we have a good idea of what he's proposing, but
You guys want to see Google Earth so you understand the thing?
Sure. And then while we're doing that, Haley, do you have any questions?
Is the existing hardscape and planting at the entry, or I saw it's a 3-foot concrete walkway, is that all existing to remain?
Well, excuse me, because the front door changes, it's similar to what's there, but it's slightly different.
Okay.
And so are you planning any landscape improvements then once you
Well, ironically, the clients own a landscape company, but the plan was to not really do much. There's turf in the front yard and a little hardscape around the front door, and they were just gonna sort of massage what was there.
Okay.
Was their intent.
Seeing this. Just give you what you want, John.
Street view maybe?
Sure.
Okay, I don't have any questions either. Funny light pole.
This is the one with the green lawn in the middle, yeah?
Yeah, I think it's a little further to the right, maybe.
Yeah, that's the property right there with the green lawn.
Okay.
Right, there's another property here. That's not you. Airstream guy, that's not you, right? And this is not.
No, and that house has just been remodeled. They're finishing construction on it now.
Looks like there's a new fence going up here. All right.
Okay. To public comment, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? Seeing no one raise their hands and having no letters, bring it back to the board for comments. Mr. Bloomer, comments?
I don't know. I guess I don't have any comments. I think it should just move forward.
Okay. Ms. Froscher?
Yeah, I think it's a simple improvement and should be moved forward, preliminary, final on consent.
Okay. Mr. Verdiak?
I agree.
Okay. Ms. Grubb?
I agree, preliminary, final, and consent.
Okay. Josh, can you go to the elevations briefly? I just want to touch on the front. There's a new sort of trellis over the front windows, and then it also has a vent, which to me looked a little awkward, and I don't think it's necessary, but I wanted to get the board's take on it also. Elevation, yeah, up somewhere. Right there, that page. So I guess I can annotate. Let me just give me a second. Does anyone feel that this is a little strange?
The vent, yeah, like
it just seems
I don't think it's strange, but it probably seems like it could. Since you're replacing a roof, why not just put a roof vent in?
Yeah, it just seems a little busy and crowded. That was all. That was all.
So why don't we just add a comment to the record to restudy the louvered vent on the south elevation and consider putting a vent in the roof instead, roof vent in the roof instead.
Okay, unless the applicant has a strong.
Which elevation was that?
South or front.
Okay.
All right. So let's see. So we're here for conceptual. So yeah, I agree. I think returning on to consent for preliminary final is the path forward here. Does anyone object?
Could I get a little clarification? My Zoom application bombed right when you were starting to talk about the vent.
Okay. So you can't see anything right now? So
I can now. I'm back on. So if you could just repeat whatever you had said.
Okay, so that little vent right here,
right?
It makes that area busy and crowded, and so Josh's comment was to remove that and you just use roof vents instead.
That sounds fine to me.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. Thank you, sir.
Great. Thank you very much.
So that was item number 6. We have 4 remaining items. Would the board like to take a little lunch break of maybe half an hour, 45 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it's currently 12:25. Let's reconvene at what, 1:05-ish, 40 minutes. Does that work?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody very excited, I can tell. Okay, so we'll reconvene this meeting at approximately 1:05 p.m., starting with item number 7. Thanks for your patience. Okay, it is 1:05. We will now reconvene the SBAR meeting of October 2nd. Do we have all the members present?
Hey guys, I'm back.
Okay, we have Alex.
Did you guys behave while I was gone?
Mostly.
Just tell me what item on the agenda you
No, they didn't behave while you were gone. The fact is that people on this board need to start remembering that they've been brought on here with an expectation of bringing objectivity to these issues, not dancing around with their personal opinions too much. That's happening and it needs to stop.
So what item are we on now?
We're going to be moving on to item number 7.
Item 7. Oh, okay. All right. Very good.
Okay. All right, item 7. This is the Neff new dwelling garage ADU and pool. Request of Jennifer Siemens for further conceptual review and viewing of story poles of a 4,113 net square foot multi-level house, 488 square foot attached garage. I assume 8 by 15 foot spa and 700 square feet of decks. Less than 50 cubic yards of cut and fill, located at 3525 Padaro Lane. And do we have the applicant here present?
Yes, we're here. And we've got the architects here as well. This is Jennifer Siemens.
Okay, very good. I do want to begin by asking board members if everyone had a chance to drive by the story poles when they were up.
Yes, I did.
Yes, I did.
I did as well. We know John did.
Yes, yes, I did.
Even drove my boat by it.
Valerie, are you back with us? Might be a minute. Sorry, Kaylee, is that you?
I have not.
Okay, I'm not sure you were even aware of it, so that's understandable. We're still waiting on Val, it looks like. And in the meantime, I'll go ahead and read the comments from the last time, unless the applicant would like to, has a different method of their presentation today, if you want to address those, or should I go ahead and read them?
I think we're fine with you reading them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's start with that. Okay, so there was no public comment, and SBAR comments are as follows. The citing of proposal is respectful to privacy between neighbors. The proposed setback on Padaro Lane is consistent with neighbor conditions, maintains continuity of the neighborhood, and the proposed structure is geometrically situated to respond directly to the adjacent structures. Location of proposed structure is appropriate in terms of setbacks. Therefore, the board supports the variance with the right to comment further on mass, bulk, and scale at the next meeting, which would be this meeting. The board is supportive of proposed materials and architectural style. Board suggests integrating architectural shade element for second-story deck and spa. Study additional planting space where possible, particularly around property boundaries. Return with a landscape plan. And lastly, the board requires site visit and story polls, which we talked about. So, Valerie, are you back with us yet? If so, you're on mute. Okay, well, we have a quorum, so we can go ahead and get started. And
Okay, I'm gonna just defer to the architects for the presentation, but I did want to note that we left the polls up for over 2 weeks. The last person we left them up for was for Val, and so I hope she got to review them. We were told she was going to review, go look at them like on the 15th or the 16th, and I believe they were up until the 17th.
Okay.
And
so I'm not sure that I commented, but I did also go look at the story polls as well. So.
Okay, and I'm just gonna let the architects go through the plans now.
Okay, thanks, Jennifer. Hi, for the record, this is Robin Donaldson, architect for the applicant. We'll go through today. Mr. Board, if we could, I have a request, and maybe it's the planner could address this, whether or not we have any letters or anything from the public regarding the project after.
I don't think I saw any. Let me check real quick. Yeah, we don't have any in the folder, but maybe Leah, can you speak to that? Do we have any letters?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we did not receive any letters for this particular item.
Okay, and also I'm trying to limit presentation to approximately 12 to 15 minutes. So I'll set a timer for 12 minutes and we're trying to move things along quicker these days. So whenever you're ready, Robin.
Sounds good to me. And then also just, I'm assuming if there's any members of the public on, is there any way we can be aware of that now?
Well, we have some folks that are tuned in, but they've been tuned in for the whole meeting. So I don't know that we specifically have anyone to comment on this project yet.
Okay, thanks, appreciate it. Okay, let's go to the next page. I think all the board members except board member Grubb have seen this project. Is that my understanding?
Yeah, it sounds that way.
You know, in terms of the 12 minutes. And I think one of the things we want to address is the second comment. And we appreciate the support on the variance, which of course is basically that line. We'll hit that. But you do bring up the opportunity to comment on mass, bulk, and scale. So I think we'll direct our comments to that as it relates to that particular comment. And then we'll talk about the architectural shade element. We will talk about the landscape, the site plan. We do not have a landscape plan. We don't have a landscape architect on board yet, but we do have a ground plan that addresses the comments. And we already talked about the story polls. Okay, so let's go to the next slide, please.
Josh, next page.
I think if we could zoom in on the footprint diagram, Josh, at underneath the vicinity map there. So there's a slight difference from what the board saw the last time, and this has to do with the beach side of the development. And we took into account the planner's comments on the string line between the two residences. And the planner's comments were basically to take the most extreme conservative point of view here, which we've done. And you can see the black line, the red lines were where we were before in terms of the string line setback. The black lines are where we are today with the presentation as prepared. So the front side of the building has actually gone back maybe about 18 inches on the the west side of the property from the story poles that you saw last couple of weeks. So I just wanted people to be aware of that.
Okay.
Let's zoom out, go to the next slide, please. Yeah, if we can go to the next one, that's the existing site survey, obviously. Photographs, next one, please. This was a story pole plan, which the board saw out there, showing where the different story poles. That one story pole that's the upper right story pole is the one that actually gets pulled back a bit by the string line. Oh, I'm sorry. The bottom left one actually gets pulled back a bit on the southwest corner of the property. Let's go to the next slide, please. Yeah, if you can scroll down, that'd be great. Okay, Josh, if you could go to the photo on the lower right. You have it there. If you can zoom in on that a little bit, would be helpful. What we wanted to show here was the story poles, the height of the house relative to other buildings around us. We have the two buildings to the west of us were developed in the last probably 30 years. The building right next door has a 2-story element, then drops down to a 1-story element. The building to the west of that has a 2-story element at the front with a smaller 1-story element. For part of the property, you see a little bit of it right there. We are at 31 plus 31 to the top of our 1-story element that's on the beach side. So I think these lines are basically drawn over the story poles and the flags. So you can see it there. So the impact from the beach is minimal, if not less than the existing buildings around us. And that's basically because the way we have this design, we have a 1-story element at the beach side of the property here that you're seeing across there. The 2-story doesn't start until about 40 feet back from the front of the building and well back of any 2-story element of any of our neighbors. To the right, we did point out a height envelope. It says there, you can see height envelope 30, 25, 27. That we dotted, the house to the east of us, that is a house that was built in 1951. And it basically sits on the sand. And I want to remind the board that we have to be 6 feet to 6.5 feet above the sand, just because of the wave uprush studies and the flood pattern today. So any building being built today is already starting 6 feet above the sand. And that's one of the reasons we looked at doing this 1-story element at the front of the ocean side of the property. The house to the east of us, built in 1951, of course, is 1-story, sits down on the sand, but that's a significantly underdeveloped property, essentially non-developed, almost like an empty lot. I want to point out that the dotting that we're showing there is just the potential height envelope that somebody in the future could build right adjacent to our property to the east. And there's probably a reasonable probability that that could happen in the next foreseeable future. And then of course, the next house over is a large 2-story house further east with 2-story that goes all the way up to the beach. So we think we're settled in quite nicely from the beach side here, which of course is the most important public view shed and from the ocean and from the beach. Okay, let's go to the, let's back out for a second. I just want to see if there's any. Josh, if you could go up, yeah, into that area where we have superimposed proposed structure from Padero Lane. So those three images there. So the first image shows the story poles only. The next image shows us superimposing the massing of the design and aligning with the story poles, so to speak. So you can see how it steps up as it starts to move towards the beach. We are proposing a hedge along that side of the building. And we have our neighbor to the east with the garage. And then the view to the right, we did, because we took the massing again and we did a hypothetical kind of block of massing. And we're showing there, you know, potentially someday somebody could build something in a similar, that's in line with our development as proposed, and just showing the massing that potentially could come later along Padero. Okay, let's go to the next slides, please. There was a request from the board at the last meeting to see this, next page, please. There was a request from the board to see this from the air if possible. And we did this in model form so you could get a sense of the massing from the two sides.
Next page.
Josh, if you can go to the next page, please. There you go. So this is an aerial view with the model view on the lower, the two lower left view. The view on the lower left is from a drone view, basically from the Padero Lane side, showing our structure and adjacent structures. You see the structure to the west and the house built in 1951 to the east. And then the other view shows the same view, but from the beach side. So remember, this is a kind of a drone view. You're hovering over the project, but just you get a sense of the mass, how it works into the neighborhood. And then the upper two views are showing the same views exactly, but just taking a hypothetical box for future development on that project to the east of us on that old 1951 lot. So I think it's fair to look at this with some kind of projection on potential development in the future to understand how this really stitches into the neighborhood. And then the lower view, of course, is we put the model into a photograph essentially. And Josh, if you could zoom in on that for a second, we can point to one other element that we're considering.
Which one you want? The photo sim?
Yeah, bottom one. Yeah.
Good.
You can see here, this does a pretty good job of showing that one-story living room on the beach side of the project, and then shows a proposed shading structure that's mentioned in the minutes up on top of the living room structure, the one-story structure. And that's showing a shade structure that's built in 4 and 12 slope, and it's an undulating shape and gives us clearance underneath. And we are using, for that structure, we are using the height, the allowable height for a structure that has a slope. So I want to make sure that's clear to the board, which is, I believe it's 28 feet. And let's go to the next page, please. I think if we go to the site plan. Oh yeah, thank you, Josh. I just wanted to remind the board, again, we appreciate the support for the line of the variance, so to speak, and that's what we were dealing with here, which had to do on the Padero Drive side of the property. And this again is just a display. Ours is the yellow and shows how the other structures are all pushing them into that setback line. Let's go to the next, please.
Actually, I didn't hear that, but Robin, the 12-minute mark went off. So if you could, 3 to 5 more minutes, if you could.
Yeah, I think we're almost there, Chris. What I wanted to go to, we should have a proposed site plan, which would address the comments around the landscape. It's basically showing the hedging. Josh, I'm not sure what sheet that is.
A1.00 here, site plan, site section.
Yeah, I think we have another one that gets, just keep scrolling down.
See here, this is
There you go, right there. That's it,
floor
on the
plan.
ground level floor plan. I think that's probably the best representation of the areas of landscaping along the perimeter of the property. That's on the lower portion here. You can see how we endeavor to hedge on both sides of the property, the way most of our neighbors have done to the west, and the way the neighbors done to the east, not the entire length of the property, but we'd like to screen along there. And then we have a planted area out towards Padero on each side of the walkways that we're providing. And then as we develop the landscape plan, I'm sure we'll find other pockets of landscape throughout the house, underneath the house. These dots, of course, that you're seeing on the plan, these are the caissons that are supporting the house, and the sand is coming in underneath the house. So this plan is cut down at the garage level. And of course, the rest of the house is 6.5 feet or above the sand. And we have to maintain an open kind of flow through that area for flood control. So I think that addresses the landscape as we have it today. And Mr. Chair, I think we've hit all of the comments related from the board. I'd like to ask Jennifer if there's anything else she'd like to add or that we missed, that I missed.
Do you want to talk about the shade structure?
We can look at it in the elevation, yeah. There it is. If you can kind of zoom in on that a little bit. Well, I guess you got it, don't you? So what we're thinking about doing for the shade structure is doing a very lightweight structure, almost like what you would expect on say on a yacht or something, like a bimini, which would be a lightweight metal framework that would support most likely stretched architectural fabric or a stretched canvas, but would be anchored to the building and would not be subject to blowing off the building or anything like that. So we'd like to keep it as light as possible and as thin, kind of in counterpoint to the nature of the rest of the house. And you can see it here in the two elevations, the east and west elevation, and you can see how we've calculated the height of it as well. And it's in the south elevation as well, but it's not quite as, well, I guess you see it right there in front.
Okay. All right, anything else?
Jennifer, anything else?
Well, I just wanted to point out, I'll be very brief. We were looking at the square footage here, and I did a neighborhood analysis of build out from 2001 till now. And I found 7 projects that were at about where we are or over percentage of parcel build out. So we're at about 0.3, and I found projects that range from 0.28 to 0.58. So I'd say we're well within the average build out for what's been approved on Padero over the past 20 years or so. And that's not in our plans, but we do have the data.
Very good. So if that's your entire presentation, we'll bring it back to the board for questions, starting with Vice Chair Bloomer. Do you have questions for the applicant?
Sorry, I was muted. I don't have any questions at this point.
Okay. And then Val, are you with us now?
Yeah.
Did you have a chance to go by and see the story poles?
No, I did not.
Okay. Well, why don't we just go right to you then for additional questions?
I don't think I have any questions right now.
Okay. Member Peugeot, questions?
No.
Okay, Member Verdiak?
Yeah, this finish. I mean, this is board formed concrete. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Any color in it?
Right now, we're proposing it as natural concrete color, the gray.
That's it, John? Okay, Member Grubb, questions?
Just regarding the landscaping, how much space are you leaving on the sides for the screening shrubs, screening hedge?
30 inches.
That was my only question.
Okay, I think I just wanted to make sure I'm clear. So really the only change from when we saw this last time was pulling it in a little bit on the ocean side? Or was it the Padaro side?
No, just on the ocean side. The Padaro side is as we proposed it the last 2 meetings.
Okay, so that's the only change. Otherwise, we've seen all this. Okay, very good. So any other questions from the board? Okay, are there any members of the public that would like to speak on this item? I didn't see any letters, nor was there I don't think we had a planner memo either for this. So, okay, let's bring it back again to the board for comments. Mr. Bloomer, comments.
I guess the image in front of us really kind of gets to my comment. I just think, like I said before, I think that the kind of mechanics of the architecture that they've chosen here has given them the ability to do a lot with a little, and or a little with a lot, I don't know, but basically it just sits in there nicely, and it's so deliberate in terms of its attempt to kind of conform to the, to the way the street frontage works and the beach frontage works in terms of kind of maintaining this compatibility or the rhythm of the beach. I actually spent a lot of time walking around the beach looking at it because I feel like that's the most precious resource here that's being managed with the design, or needs to be. And I really just, that image of that that house on the right, which is really just, it's like trying to grab views all the way to the back of the street. It's this big box, I mean, it's not terrible architecture or anything, but just in terms of how it sits and predominates the beach and the site and the mountain view behind it, it's, I think that's not the precedent. I think this house and some of the other houses that we've seen like it are the precedent we want for this beach and this frontage. And so I really support it. I think, there's some things you could like or not like about the architecture of this, that, and the other thing, but the ultimate effort going forth is really conformity and low profile, and it's still, the other thing I really like is the preservation of the sand and just the attempt not to be major disturbance. I don't know what kind of, I'm not a biologist, I don't know what crawls around under there, but I just like the fact that it's being left as natural as possible and maintain that sand. I think that's very kind of nice precedent how this, I think the other one we saw was from Danny Longwell did another project recently down at the far end. Same thing, utilizing the wave run up studies and the base flood elevations to create a design style that lifts the building off the ground plane and lets it stay as natural as possible, that low footprint. I think those two things, that and massing, are really creating a nice project here. I like it for those reasons. I think it's very supportable.
Okay, thank you. Member Froscher, comments?
I too, I'm very supportive of this design, and I think it's been carefully executed in terms of the environmental issues that are part of designing in this setting. And I think it's exciting architecture, exciting interpretation. I'm very supportive.
Okay. Member Peugeot.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I agree with those comments. I like to, I wish there was some preliminary landscape associated with this at this time. It seems like it's been kind of relegated to 2 strips on each side for screening, and there could be some more. There could be in terms of vines or something else. It seems like sometimes it's a good idea to bring a landscape architect early in the process, so there is some input somewhere. I'm afraid like right now it's kind of boxed out of the of the parcel, the landscape element. But I agree with my colleagues. Another comment, the comment about color is interesting. Concrete can be very light. So if there was a way to darken it, I think it might, the term natural concrete is kind of like, it doesn't exist. I mean, it's not a color. There are many kinds of concrete, and then they have different colors, and a little bit of a darker color, or even a combination of 2 types of, or more types of color of the material itself, I think would help the project.
Okay. Member Vertiak, comments?
Yeah, could we go to sheet A005? A0.05?
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, see the photograph now on the top of the sheet showing the concrete wall. I mean, and then the photograph to the right with the potential development of the house to the east. I mean, I think that proceeding along Padero Lane, you come across this this concrete wall, which is rather abrupt, and actually, I think it's kind of brutal. I think that the it's not compatible with the neighborhood. It would seem to me that or it would be nice if you could reconsider this amount of concrete exposed like this. I know you're proposing a 9-foot hedge, but I don't think that's going to do it. And the picture to the right sort of shows that what if, but I can't base my judgment on what if it did that. So I think that this concrete wall, which you would be facing if you're going west on Padero, is out of context, and I think it's not compatible with the neighborhood. So in that way, I couldn't support that.
Okay. Member Grubb, comments?
I agree with Josh's comments on the house being really responsive to the site and the views, and I really like that it's elevated with the natural sand underneath. My comments would be about the landscaping too, mostly on the Padaro side. I think there's opportunities to have more greenery on that side, and so I think they should be studied. And I'm a little concerned about only 30 inches for a 9-foot hedge, just depending on how much shade is in there. So yeah, just from the landscaping side.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, I agree with my colleagues. I think it's very interesting and well-designed project. I hear what John is saying also about this wall, and also at the other end of the eastern elevation, it's big and blank, and I'm wondering here, for instance, if there's enough room to kind of put a tree in here that would help to sort of address that problem somewhat, or some kind of perforation. I don't know if there's a small line of windows, but Josh, if you could actually go to, let's stick with this. So the elevations, which is sheet, let's see, number 12.
Unless you want everybody in the world to hear you. Sorry, you got kids at home.
So, okay.
Which
so,
one? This one?
Yeah, that's it. Nope.
There it is.
Right there. So I think I mentioned this the first time too. I was just looking at this wall here too, going, that's, very blank. And I was wondering if we could pick up any of this and for that, or just really, I don't know, some kind of perforation or something. Or I guess there's a landscape aspect of it, but it is a little cold just in those few areas. Otherwise, I think everything else is a success in terms of the elevations. If you can go back one page, Josh, please, to number 11, I think it is. And then maybe you zoom into the ground plane one at the bottom. Similar thought about the 30-inch wide is not much. So down a little further. And I'm wondering if it would be nice if you could, you go down a little bit, Josh. There you go. So it seems like there are certain areas where it could get a little better. For instance, this could bump out just a little bit. I mean, there's an opportunity here and there where the boardwalk maybe here could bump in just a little bit. And that way, hopefully it's not just one species running all the way down. It'd be nice to mix that up a little bit. So for instance, if, let's say if this was all one, and then we could get something in here that's a little different to just help break that line. But obviously you'll get into that with your landscape architect. But I do think, like Alex said, and as Kaylee mentioned, I think, and it actually goes back to comment number E, which I would just carry over, which is study additional planting space where possible, and particularly around property boundaries, and return with landscape plans. So I guess I would just add to that. Well, I'll just leave that the way it is, actually. But anyway, those are just a few comments. Otherwise, mass, bulk, and scale, once I was out there, I think it's fine. It sort of nestles into the neighborhood. There's just those few things, those 2 blank walls, and more opportunity for additional landscape and buffering.
Mr. Chair, if I might add a comment.
Yeah, I think I'm done. So go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to balance out the conversation. Seems to be a kind of a strong opinion about these walls that are called blank walls, or I've also heard brutal walls, but I don't think it's fair assessment. But I would just be cautious not to. I think one of the things that's working about this project, and I think we've already accepted that it's a concrete structure and it's form driven. I think the simplicity of it is working in its favor. And I think adding more things to look at and more interruptions to what's otherwise a quiet, very kind of simple, it's not out of scale. So it's not, there's other buildings in this row that have large blank walls that aren't, much different in scale to what's being presented here. But this is in essence a concrete building. It is meant to age in place, and there's light, and I just considerations of how I think it's just the simplicity of it, like drawing more attention to it by putting more holes in it for these things, or whatever it is that they end up doing. I think we should leave it alone. I don't think we should be assuming that it's a big blank wall. I don't think that's how it actually reads on site. It's not what I saw when I was out there. And that was that view particularly, the one is the most concerning because it's where the most exposure is. And I don't know, I just think drawing more attention to it and adorning it, those things are going to just go work against what's actually working for this thing. This is for what it is and the size and scale of what kind of buildings go into these little narrow lots. This is pretty unassuming, all things considered. And there's not a lot to look at really. I mean, in terms of, you know, a complexity, it's simple. And I think that's why the eye just kind of moves beyond it and you're more aware of the beach and the mountain view behind you. And, you know, there's some interesting things to look at this building that I don't think a blank wall is such a problem. It's actually almost like a subtraction of noise, which I like. So I just think that these guys are obviously experts at doing this. They've studied it. I think we should, again, like balance this and give them a little bit of wiggle room, given they're doing so much to stay within some really respectful boundaries. That's my comment on just, I'm just saying that's balance out the conversation since.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, can I ask a question to the applicant? Geoff, go to page 6, please. There you go. Okay. Robin, what does that wall, why do you have that wall there, the one in the middle? It looks like it's, I don't know, like 10 feet high or so. I'm talking about the center, yeah, the one in the middle, yeah, that one. What does it do to you? What's
Which wall, Alex?
the one in the middle? It says right, it looks like to be like a property line wall, or I'm not sure what that is. Right in this that one, yeah. No, the one below. The other one.
Oh, that's a hedge. That's signifying a hedge, I believe.
Oh.
Sorry, Alex. It does look like it looks like a weird green wall.
Took me a few minutes too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
So that is a 12-foot wall. Okay, that's right. So okay, skip that then. All right, thank you.
All right.
But that does speak to the potential for landscape along that edge of the, this edge of the building.
Okay.
I hear the comments on the width and so on.
Okay, so any other comments from board members? We are here for further conceptual. And Joe, do you need any clarification on our comments?
Yes, I do have a couple questions. As far as the previous comments are concerned from the prior hearings, do we want to continue those forward? I think it looks as though they would provide value going forward.
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay, great.
I think,
and then
we aside from F, we could remove F, which requires site visit and story polls. But yeah, I think that's a good point. We could just bring all of those forward.
And then presumably on comment B, you've done your comments on mass bulk and scale.
Right. Yes.
So then the other, a new comment that I have is regarding just the massing of the blank concrete wall along Padaro Lane. It sounds like there's not consensus.
There's a couple concerned. I think that, some board members, we're going to that again. Some is fine, just not one, right? Some board members feel that some of the blank walls could be softened with landscaping. Does that work for you, John?
Yeah, it's just anything would soften it. Frankly, I thought that was a concrete wall too. I didn't think it was a hedge.
Does that change your comment?
Well, it certainly softens them, doesn't it?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Good. So then returning.
Mr. Chair, I think item comment E, it says study additional planting. So how about provide additional planting spaces where possible?
Yes. Good. Thanks. Okay.
So this is not for, and this goes to the zoning officer. To the.
Yeah. What's the next step?
Yeah.
We have to go to the
yeah.
zoning administrator. For a hearing, yeah.
Okay, all right, very good.
Lisa would be returning for preliminary.
Well, yeah, that will, that would
Okay.
be the logical step, yeah.
All right, very good. Any last second comments? And I think we're all set. Thank you all. Nice project.
Thank you, board. I appreciate your support.
Okay, item number 8, Meisel addition, request of Jacob Neeksto, yes. This is for revised preliminary and final approval of a 541 square foot addition, a steel pergola on the west side of the dwelling, replacing windows and doors, and 2,100 square foot remodel. Alterations include adjustments to the roof profile and gate design. 50 cubic yards of cut, 90 cubic yards of fill. 1 olive tree and 1 split trunk eucalyptus are proposed for removal. This is at 4520 Via Vistosa. Last seen July 24th, 2020. No public comment. SBAR comments are as follows. The board thinks landscape plan is appropriate for the house and site. Actually, before I run into this, do we have the applicant here with us?
Yeah, I'm here. Good afternoon.
Jacob, okay. Would you prefer that I read these comments, Jacob, or do you want to go through them one by one, or do you have a set presentation?
You know what? I'd be happy to go through them one by one and kind of respond if that's all right with you.
Okay, so I'll just read the first one and then you can tell Josh where to drive to on the plans. So board thinks landscape plan is appropriate for house and site, nothing to do there. Consider using permeable paving in the auto court area.
Yeah, let's see if we can pull up it's the front sheet A 1.0.
Sorry, I got stuck with that annotation tool. It was, wouldn't let me click on anything here. So, all right, I'm trying to catch up to you. Here we go. So.
Oh, there's a planner memo. I should probably read that. Sorry about that. Before we get into this, planner memo. Planner has no comments. Okay, thank you for your attention.
Okay.
Yeah, and while we're pulling these up, I'll just note that last time we saw you for preliminary, the board had indicated that we could return for final approval on consent. We have made just a couple slight tweaks to the patio areas off the west. And so our project planner, Delaney, asked us to come back for a full board. But really, we haven't made very many significant revisions. So I'll try and be brief and just kind of point out the changes.
Great.
From last time. So starting at, I guess, comment B, look at the permeability if needed in the motor court area. We did study that because the lot generally slopes off to the west. Our soils engineer, geotechnical engineer, Ron Pike, wasn't very enthusiastic about encouraging water to saturate here that naturally wants to run down that way. We do have an established drainage path that runs down this east edge of the driveway into the collection facility, and we do plan to maintain that drainage path. And that was kind of the ideal approach from both Ron Pike and our civil engineer, which is Ashley Vance, Jason Gotsis over at Ashley Vance.
Okay, so what is your materiality on that driveway and auto court?
It is, so it's a concrete, if you want to zoom in on that motor court area, the new kind of rectangular area right in front of the garage will be a new concrete. The existing driveways will remain. They are an existing concrete driveway.
Okay.
Moving a little slow. We do have little indications there that the existing will remain. Oops. And the existing driveway kind of goes like this. There's a little bit of stuff here, but it's not very easy to park. And to get our 7 spots out of the setback, we needed to kind of claim this area here. Okay. So the let's see, the next comment is also in this area, which was try to provide more landscape at the entry. Consider pushing walls away from the garage. what we've done in this area, and our landscape architect, Jessica Harlan is here, and she can talk a little bit more about this, but there's some existing vines that are growing on this wall. We'll leave those there. These walls were of comment and discussion last time. We've moved them over to provide a little bit more planter space. And additionally, we've proposed those now as simply kind of a 24-inch high grouted stone garden wall to be a little more symbolic than a CMU wall that's plastered. So the landscape that happens on the far side of those walls is kind of brought into the motor court as well, while we still maintain this kind of contemporary motor court shape that the owner was looking for. Yeah, I think move parking out and down, over away from the garage. We're really kind of as tight as we can be in here with 3 spots. We moved it over a couple inches, but we're right up against the setback line. We can't move it over too much more. So I'll leave that to Jessica at the end to show how we've kind of improved that area there. Comment D was to restudy the guest parking area, which is up here on the upper parking area, if you will. We've increased its width. It was 25 feet. We've made it 27 feet wide in an effort to get a little more maneuverability up here. We are contending with the existing septic system, which has to be right here. And so we can't drive too very close to that, as well as to kind of the oak trees in this area. But this is kind of intended to be the overflow parking. We do have an existing radius here that will remain at that area there. So taking a quick break from the comments, just to highlight the changes we've made on the west side of the house. If you slide this over ever so slightly to the left, we can see a little bit more over there. Previously, we had a terrace that was constructed to be out here. We were kind of building over this existing site wall that's curved here. But upon further review and upon budget review, we're going to kind of leave this existing wall as is and have a smaller terrace outside of the living room. We'll make up for that with a patio on grade here, kind of in some of the lawn area. And then, as Jessica will point out, there's kind of a new pathway. We'll leave this site wall. There'll be a little bit of a vegetable garden area down here. So the changes to these site walls, being that it is on a hillside slope, I think was the primary reason our planner Delaney asked us to come see the full board again. Our grading numbers are a little more balanced with that change from where they were. And I think we can move on from there. The next comment was hard to see the trellis detail on plan. So if we head to, I believe it is the 5th page, which is A5.1.
Just to let everyone know, I got a message from Val that she's lost her internet, but she's working on it. But we still have quorum.
Let's see. Oh, you know what? I apologize. It's the 10th page, not anywhere close. Up here, we've detailed out this steel pergola with these operable louvers on the west side, so that they've long had problems with sun control on the west side. As much as possible, when it's nice weather, they can leave those open, but can shut them and have a little roll down shade that will help cut the sun there as well. The sheet 5 should show that in elevation, excuse me. 5th page.
And what's the material on that trellis?
It's a steel columns, steel eye channels, with a prefab aluminum by Louvertech. They've done a couple projects around town where they, as is kind of shown here, they'll twist 90 degrees or more than 90 degrees to provide varying levels of sun control.
And the color?
It should be on, I believe it's on the color board, which would be the very last page of. I think of page 15.
Okay, Josh.
Come on. We can stop by the landscape plans, or we can. It's an Iron Mountain by Benjamin Moore. It's a kind of a not quite black.
Matching the trim and such.
Matching all the other metalwork.
Yeah. Okay. So do we have? Can you address item F, please? A nice project, well designed overall. Just kidding. Okay.
We agree.
So Jessica, if you could just run through the landscape plan just on changes.
Yeah. One of your comments was I'm just going to start at the upper parking and work my way down with the changes, was to look at easing the entry into the parking area to make it a little bit easier to make the turn into the first parking spot. We added a radius. We don't really want to encroach too much on that existing olive tree, so it was kind of as much as we were comfortable with the current branching pattern, getting under there. Down in the main drive court by the garage, we did push the walls back to as far into that wall as we can. And if you go to, I think it's L3.0 or the planting plan, you can see that there's an existing vine that we're trying to maintain, an existing grewia on the wall that we're trying to keep. And so that is about as far as we can comfortably push those site walls at the front entry back to give us some softening at the drive court. And so Josh, if you could go to our planting plan, which I think is 3 sheets down.
Page 13.
Perfect, thank you. Once it loads, so as you can see, there's an image of the existing grewia. It's like espaliered, really nicely developed on that wall. One of the comments that you'd made, Chris, was that to try to get something up growing on that wall to kind of soften it. And there's already a really well-established plant that we would like to maintain in that location. The back patio is the main change, and Jake went into that a little bit. Just due to cost and engineering, we're not going to cantilever patios out over the existing walls and into that slope area. We're going to maintain the existing curved retaining wall that holds that upper patio and try to modernize and work with a kind of a sliding rectangular pattern of the paving to give a more modern feel, and then use plant material to kind of hide the curved edge of the wall. We are now bringing the slope up over one of the walls. I'm trying to get the slope back to not like native grade, where there currently is a big patio with a fire pit. So we're gonna bring the slope back to native and have just an informal kind of boulder pathway with stone steps that come down to a little vegetable bed and herb garden where there's currently an unpermitted fire pit. And then plant material stays the same as last seen by the board. It's just slightly modified based on the hardscape changes.
Okay, very good, thank you. Anything else for your presentation?
I think that's it.
Nope.
That's it. Okay, back to the board. Does anyone have any questions?
No.
Rather than going one by one, I think it's pretty straightforward.
Ready to move.
No one have any questions? Okay, anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? I don't see anyone raising their hands. I don't see any letters. Okay, back to the board for comments. Mr. Bloomer, comments?
I'll go after you landscape architects talk.
Okay. Ms. Froscher, are you back with us yet?
Yes, I'm back from the internet void, and yes, I don't have comments. Defer to the landscape.
Okay, good thing you made it back. Mr. Peugeot, comments?
No comments either.
Mr. Verdiak?
Well, I think that it's a good job considering what it was handed. He made the best of it.
Okay, good. Ms. Grubb?
I don't have any comments other than I think it's pretty well thought out planting plan and site design.
All right, and I agree. Yeah, I think moving those walls back, I think helped out, and I appreciate the maneuvers. And I think you guys have done a fine job here. So if someone wants to make a motion, this is here for preliminary and final.
Yeah, make a motion for revised preliminary and final approval as submitted.
I'll second it.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, Joe, you're all squared away. There's really no comments. So did you get who the second was?
So I have, yes, I did.
Okay.
There were two.
Thank you guys very much. Nice work. Moving on, item number 9, Ekegren edition. I think I'm saying that right. Request of Carl Bryant. This is for further conceptual review of a lot of things, such as, excuse me, 680 square foot addition, conversion of 348 square foot non-habitable carport space to habitable, conversion of remaining 354 square feet of carport to garage, interior and exterior remodel, new roof, including 529 square foot roof deck, associated site improvements, including replacement and realignment of the existing asphalt driveway with pavers, new deck, new fencing, new patio, and landscaping. So this is 3230 Beach Club Road. We last saw it July 12th, 2019.
Chris, we got a planner letter here. I'm just going to pick up on this. Right. Preliminary review indicates that the project does not comply with all the requirements of the R1 zone and is currently not compatible with the requirements of the coastal zoning ordinance, parentheses, eastern elevation to be revised, reset back encroachment. However, the project does comply with the policies of the comprehensive plan, including the Toro Canyon plan, subject to certain conditions. Check mark here for fences, walls, gate posts, and gates are to be included as a part of the overall architectural review of the project. And down at the bottom it says that please specifically comment on rooftop deck and whether prior parentheses 712 SBAR comments available below have been addressed. And then second bullet point, project needs to clear conceptual approval before going to zoning administrator, then to return for preliminary / final approval. And then the previous comments, unless you don't want me to read these, I'll read these previous comments.
Let's do the same thing. Let's ask the applicant if they want to go through these one by one or if we should read them all. And so do we have an applicant here present? Mr. Bryant, are you with us? See your name there. I don't see that you have any audio though. I see video. We might have a problem, folks.
Unmute. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you want to go through these one by one, or how do you think, what's the best way for us to do this quickly and effectively?
We can go through them one by one. My recollection, one of the reasons I'm back in is it's been since July of last year, and wanting to reacquaint the board and figure out where we need to go next when it comes to getting approval. There was some direction given at the last meeting that I recall about completely getting rid of the glass rails, and ideas were talked about at the time about short parapet with a rail, which has been incorporated into the new design. And I think that was one of the major sticking points. There are some comments in here that I don't think were as prominent as, look, for example, the reduction in height of the rooftop deck is better. That was a comment that was certainly dealt with a little bit at the meeting where we talked about reducing the height of the wall and
So I guess the question would be there, did you change the height of the rooftop deck?
Yeah.
Okay, so why don't we just go to that? Let's just do these
Okay.
one by one then. And what page should we go to see that, the changes?
Well, the A4.
Okay, Josh, A4. Which is page 8, I think. Page 9.
That would be the existing there. Those two you're showing, then yeah, the page before the landscape elevations, the A4, not the A4L, but that would show most of what you've got there.
Yeah, so let's zoom in there, buddy. There you go.
So as you can see, the roof deck, instead of glass rail on the outward face, the suggestion was to do a low parapet and then a rail above, which I've done over most of the perimeter of the roof deck. The only places that it has the taller rail is when it starts to interact with the roof itself and needs to, the ridge which was starting to come up over the top of the parapet. So I felt better to go ahead and set up the parapet on the back where it's less of an issue. You can look at the first elevation on the north. You can see that the up here that the rail as a full parapet doesn't show very much on this side, and of course some of the rail shows there. But on the front, the main impact to the elevation is this front portion, which has been lowered, and we've settled. So one of the things that's happened is through looking at engineering and we're adding, the existing roof is just a TNG roof, no space in between any rafters. There's no rafters or anything involved. So we're for structural and for Title 24 modernizing, we're adding rafters over top of the TNG, which of course is going to raise the profile of the roof a little bit, but it also sinks the, sorry, apocalypse now coming in, sinks the deck visually into the roof more so than it did in the past.
Okay, so let's keep moving. Item B, rooftop deck option on sheet 4.2 is not acceptable. I don't remember what that looked like, but
I don't know whether I can show on my screen or not, but I can bring that up.
Well, can you tell us what happened there? Did you eliminate that option?
The roof deck, the comment. Okay, so for the roof deck, the original at the first meeting, the roof deck came out significantly further towards the front. Matter of fact, the front portion of it in this area here on the left-hand side on that south elevation came all the way out to directly underneath the exterior wall. And so the first iteration was that it was right up front, made for a tall parapet. And then I had glass to try to mitigate that. And you guys were not interested in the glass. So the next move was I also had a glass wall on the back to try to mitigate sound. But make a long story short, it got pushed back into the roof. I moved it to the north. And the next iteration, which was the last meeting, I had two options to show, which was one with a glass wall on the back, which was not accepted, and then the glass wall on the front, which was not accepted. And that was when the discussion was just have the rail and a parapet wall. And there had been discussion in the first meeting about maybe integrating it into having an actual full roof cover over top of the deck, which was not something that we explored. It was a suggestion, but it did. I showed some options for that, but it didn't fly. So this is the iteration that looks like it's the best with the rail and the parapet.
Okay, and you talked to your client about how hot it's going to be up there, and they're okay with that, right?
Yep.
Okay.
They are okay with that.
That kind of goes to item D, which was one member believes that an architectural correct, whatever, shade structure would be an improvement to the roof deck. I think you mentioned that last time it was discussed. Okay. Item E, front deck appears overcomplicated, provide relief with alternative materials and utilize opportunities for planting. So we need to go back to the site plan, I believe, right?
Yeah, or landscape plan, you can go there, either one.
Okay, you tell us.
Oh, let me take a look and see what would be the better. Yeah, probably L1, which is the second to last page. I should have marked these by the number.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Yeah, I know there was some commentary about it being overcomplicated, and some suggestions that they thought it was overcomplicated. I disagreed with that. I know I had some support on the board that it was not something that they thought was a negative, that they would decide against the project.
You change this configuration at all?
I think there were some minor tweaks. I can't remember if it was from the first to the second meeting or whether it was from the meeting just previous to this one. If you look, there's the terrace level that is at the level of the house, which is here.
Josh, can you zoom in a little bit, please?
Can you see my cursor?
No.
No? Okay, so can I mark on this?
You can go and annotate. If you go to be different on your system. If you go up to view options, I think it is, and say annotate, then you can go to the draw and draw some lines if you want. I think the gist of that comment was that you have a lot of different things happening, but it's all concrete in all this.
Right.
So did that change at all, or that's still your proposal?
No, it did not. One thing I did remove was right now it's just a 2 terrace level, which is the level that comes out of the house, is basically the same. And the drop down to, you can see that terracotta color, that's the fire pit. There used to be a set of steps going down another 18 inches as you headed south towards that bottom bottom right-hand corner. And that's been eliminated. So that no longer steps there. So it's not a 3rd terrace anymore, just 2. But the built-ins have basically stayed the same.
Okay. All right. Then item number E, no, item F, paving on west side of garage should be pulled back towards the street. Don't know what that means.
I'm not sure I know what that means either.
West side of garage, is that here? Oh, I know what it was. It was, I think we just thought that this didn't need to be paved all the way back into here, and that we could probably, cut this off right in that zone, and maybe this could be planting or something, or transition, or what?
Well, what we've got is we've gone to a 2-car garage, and they've had a 3-car carport. Couple of things. The eaves on these are very low. So one of the issues was to be able to get up and over the back side of the garage and to get to the back. It's no longer something you can walk through as it is now. So the thought was to have some space back there. They've got their, right now they got their trash cans and other stuff that's back in that area, wanting to be able to get that out as needed, and potentially an extra spot for parking. You do have a significant amount of vegetation planter area on the left-hand side where those large trees are. And I'm adding some hedge to kind of counter that. And then of course, all the plantings across the front are you know, a significant amount of landscape. So my thinking was the trade-off is the clean transition from the front to the back, getting out onto the brick patio that's on the back of the house.
Okay, I think it's a fairly minor comment. So next, recommend providing 3D perspective drawings. Did we see some of those or no?
No, I haven't. I haven't provided those. I wanted to just run through with the elevations that we have here and see whether that provide anybody. I can provide those, but I think it's pretty clear what we've got roof deck wise is pretty evident in the elevation.
Okay.
There's not a significant amount of drop from the front of the house to the center line of the road. I think is only about 2.5 feet. So it's almost elevation wise when you look at this to begin with.
Okay. Some members believe Italian cypress is not an appropriate tree for the site. Recommend integrating alternative plants. Obviously, we're here looking at the landscape plan, which has Italian cypress, I believe, or at least in the elevations. Landscape elevations.
And I know there was some back and forth about that. I know I had some support on the board that they thought that it integrated fine with what we were doing. The comment was, I understand, but I don't think it was something that pushed us off the Italian cypress. Now there has been some discussion with the owner of doing something slightly different than what's been proposed. The basic layout would be the same, but maybe going to something vertical like a palm, and then instead of the olives going into something that's more of a citrus or flowering tree scenario.
Okay. All right. Last comment was additional buffering is needed between front patio and street as well as adjacent house to the east. So back to the landscape plan.
Okay, back to the landscape plan. Now, that comment, if I remember correctly, was more from the first meeting to the second, because there were changes that I made in the second meeting. So for example, in the first meeting, that planter that's just south of the patio, the concrete patio, was very small and more like it is now, which is basically the patio and then an asphalt driveway. And what I've done is I expanded that and added the fourth tree. And then the planter that's noted, the new planter on the right-hand side, bottom right-hand side of the concrete patio was increased. Yes, exactly. In that location was increased and made double size that it was in the original plan. On top of the fact that we no longer terrace down to that last level. And so there wasn't as much going on in that space to begin with.
And what is the width right here of this now? Is it 5 feet, 4 feet, something like that?
It's
approximately.
It was on the previous when we came in the second meeting. I know I had it noted on there at the time. I'm on full screen here. I could.
That's all right. It's not crucial. If you knew offhand.
Hold on, I can get it for you. I've got my PDFs open, so I'm just going to my set here.
I think it was a comment from between the first and second and the second third, just because of
Okay,
this,
so
this driveway, and it just seemed like, you know, what is this, Josh?
okay, so what I
Can someone,
did is
can you outline where this fence is, by the way, while you're on there? I didn't realize you had the marker. That's what I was trying to figure out. I'm sorry. Where's this
I'm sorry.
fence?
Here, let me just answer this real quick. The question, I've increased from the first meeting to the second meeting, the size of that planter with the neighbor, 2 feet 4 inches, and it's now up to 3'6". So it was a very small planter, and I've increased that to make
Okay,
that.
so 3.6. Okay. All right, Josh, you had a question about fencing. Is that what it was?
Can you draw the line of where your fencing is that's shown in the elevation?
Hold on a second. Let me get back to the meeting. Say again what you were looking for.
Can you draw the line or indicate where the fencing is that's shown in your elevation?
Okay, the fencing on the side of the property. I'm not having a notate. I can't do the notation for some reason on this system. It's not letting me jump in here. Are you talking about on the far right-hand side of the property line that shows on the elevation?
Wait, yeah, which elevation? The east elevation there?
The east
Yeah.
elevation.
Yeah, so that's,
Right
I can draw it, yeah. I think it's,
Yes, if you look just to on the bottom right-hand corner of the
that, isn't it?
house, you can see there's a swing line, which is a gate. And then that goes to the property line and runs across the top of right along the property line all the way out to the end of the deck. And excuse me, it doesn't end at there's a rail at the deck, but there's a wall that goes,
Like
a
that?
fence that goes all the way out. Oh, no, you're on the far left-hand side. I'm talking about on the right.
Oh, here? Josh, I don't think what you drew is fencing. I think that's
Yeah,
correct.
that's what I'm trying to.
So here's fence, and I think here's fence.
Well, okay, so there's, okay, if you're looking at the one that's remaining right now, that's a rail.
Okay, that's right here.
Okay. And then above the deck towards the property line is a fence. So
Like
just
here?
just above that, yes.
Yeah.
That's a fence. And then there's a fence. There's an existing, the development fence is right there where you're just marking. That's a development fence. And then there is a fence that's on the backside of the garage right there where you're just marking. And then the fence, I think that the fencing that that's the fencing that you see to the right of the elevation on the east elevation is that property line fence. And if you look at the west elevation, you see the behind the garage, the fencing that runs into the development fence. And then
So the question, is there any fencing along this line here?
Correct. Yes, there is. And if you look at the elevation, it's shaded so you can see the house itself. Now, it doesn't run all the way to the property. It only runs to the bottom right-hand corner of the house itself. That's where the gate, you can see that gate.
It just goes here.
On the plan,
right there.
right there.
And
That's
it comes in.
exactly.
Okay.
And it doesn't.
That's what I was trying to figure out. That you don't
Right.
have to explain anymore. I got you.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Okay, anything else we should know before we get into questions?
Anything else that were in the list of questions for me?
No, I think we went through all the comments.
Okay.
So
Okay.
let's bring it to the board for questions. Just go ahead and anyone.
Okay.
What?
I have a question. Do you have a section through the house showing the stairs leading to the deck? Do you have a section through the deck?
I have some sections in looking through this today, I thought I had sent those in to Sean for this presentation, but they're not included for some reason, which is my bad. I don't know whether I can share my screen. As soon as I noticed that I didn't have the sections, I brought them up.
Yeah, you
They're
can
not
share
notated, but
you can share your screen because this is only conceptual. So why don't you just show us, Josh, if you want to unshare or whatever, and then have Carl share his screen and he can.
Okay. So let me go through here. These are straight from the CAD drawings.
A section through the
Yes.
the roof.
Can you see that screen?
Nope,
No.
yet. You have to press the button that says share screen.
Yeah, I thought I had. Let's see here. Join meeting. Desktop. Okay, who's question is which one's me?
Well, there you go.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay, you can see that now.
No, well, we can see your folder, but that's it.
Can you see the sections right now?
No, we see your folder
I'm
with.
sharing the screen.
Pick the screen that shows your sections. Click on that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, this should do it.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay. So the two sections that you would see,
Okay, again, can you make it a little bit bigger, please?
Sure, I can. Let's see here.
Okay, do you have a roof over this? How do you cover the stairs that lead to the roof? Isn't there?
I had a glass structure that went over top of the stairs. At this point, the stairs are open. And one of the things that we're looking at is potentially doing like on a boat with a folding door that's horizontal. And you roll it back and then you roll it closed when you're done, like you do when you go in a boat. You know, there's a door that opens, but there's also a lid that you can roll back.
Okay, so you're thinking of a horizontal closure of that stairway, so it doesn't rain inside the house, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And I had a built-up structure in the first original concept, but that was something that was not.
Second question: all your landscape information is on the page 11. Then, is that all you have?
Correct.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Questions?
Do you guys need to see the sections any differently, or is this working for what everybody's looking for?
Yeah, no, I think that's fine.
Okay, and that red dotted line that you see on both of those two sections, the ones on the right, the ones on the left are different sections to the house, but these are the ones that pertain to the deck. That is taking from the center of the roadway at 5.5 feet, and then visual the ridge at the other end of that dotted line.
Okay, sounds good. So why don't you stop your screen share and have Josh bring us back up? And does any other board member have any questions for Mr. Bryant? No. Do we have any members of the public that would like to speak on this item? Let me see if I can get back to it.
I think I'm pot. Did I get rid of it?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay, so seeing no one, I don't think, do we have any letters? I don't think so, just the planner memo. Okay, back to the board comments. Mr. Peugeot.
I think we need a more complete landscape plan. The L1 is a good beginning, but you have to indicate everything that happens on the site, existing and proposed. If you have trees to remain, then you indicate 6-inch oak to remain or whatever. This plan that you're showing on page 11, yeah, that sheet right there, it's incomplete. You need to really provide more information. So the presentation would go a lot quicker, and it would be clear. You show the fences, you say 6-foot high fence to remain, or proposed new 5-foot metal fence, whatever it is, you just have to show it in the site plan, including, I think you're changing the driveway a little bit, so you show existing driveway, new driveway, etc., etc. That will help things go a lot faster. The design of the deck is getting to be on the approvable side. It might be, I think it's getting closer. There are some details that maybe we'll do differently, but the idea of a wood, I think if it looks like a parapet without the railing, I think it might, without that single metal railing, I think it would look better, like a roof well or something like that. And the stairway, as you say, would not protrude out. I think that would be acceptable.
Can I ask a question?
No,
Just
no,
clear-
let's hear the rest of the board. Maybe they disagree with me.
Well, I unfortunately with Zoom, it kind of broke out and I couldn't hear all of what you said. I'm sorry. That's all I was looking for.
So the first question is to provide a complete landscape plan.
That I got.
Okay. The second one it had to do with the roof deck. I think my comment is that I believe a solid wall like you have in the back on all sides will simplify the elevation, and it will not highlight the existence of that deck. I think it will go away. And it will
So
be
basically you're saying eliminate the railing and just raise the level of the.
yes, just have it all at the same level and call it a day. Have a nice some kind of a coping that is not metal, and have a nice termination for that parapet, and I think it will work well. And the rest is becoming acceptable, but the landscape, there's so many landscape questions in terms of all the details of the driveway, the fences, the landscape. By the way, I agree with the comment on the cypresses. I think it doesn't seem to fit on this place. Thank you. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Bloomer. Comments? You are muted, Josh.
I agree with the comments about the landscape plan needing more information. My biggest concern remains just what's happening up on the roof with this roof deck, and doing something permanent to create shade so that it doesn't end up getting loaded up with umbrellas and weird devices that won't look right.
Okay.
I think I had that comment way back when we first looked at this, like an architectural solution needs to be provided at the rooftop for proper shade and create a kind of structure there.
Okay.
Or a permanent shade structure.
Gotcha. All right. So Ms. Froscher, comments. Also, could you please comment on what Josh just said about the rooftop deck? Obviously, that's sort of the most contentious part of this project and would be a major architectural change by adding a structure. So I kind of want to get everybody's thought on what they think about that.
Yeah, that's a kind of a difficult situation, because even though I think shade would be welcome up there, I think a whole structure is gonna be kind of a big architectural change to this that I'm not sure I would want to go down that path. So I'd be more inclined to just simplify the parapet wall the way Alex was saying, and minimize the architecture of it. I think that the northwest, where you enter in off of Padaro, that's a real location that wants more information in terms of landscape, and it can act as kind of a buffer to the house, and so it should really be developed. And it's hard to figure out how guest parking works on the site. I know the house now has a lot of paving, and it's real, what I'd call disorganized in terms of cars. And you're trying to organize it, but it's still, where are cars, because there's no parking on Beach Club on the road. So visitors have to go in and locate in there. So if you could delineate how cars are going to operate and where guest parking is going to be. And, I concur with just a more highly developed landscape plan.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Verdiak?
Well, I agree in general. I just think the rooftop deck is awkward. anyway, that's all I have to say.
Okay, Ms. Grubb?
I agree with the landscape comments, and at a minimum on the Italian cypress, I don't think they suit the street side planters very well. And the concrete decking that wraps around the south and east sides seems to run right into.
Sorry, you're breaking up a little bit. Seems to
structure.
run.
Oh, the concrete seems to run right into the architecture on the south and east sides of the house. So just studying the opportunity for foundation planting, something to kind of ground and soften that side of the house.
Okay. Okay, I concur with most of these comments, if not all. I think, as Alex said, eliminating that railing and just running the wall up would be, I'm actually okay now, but it sounds like everybody else likes it. Bring it up. I still think let me go to the plan. I think oh, there's a plan of the roof deck. I still think that deck, the lower deck, like having all the benches and the surfacing and everything all concrete, I don't know, man. It just seems like it's going to feel really heavy. And so basically, yeah, I think the landscape plan needs a lot more development. If you are going to keep all that as concrete, maybe we can do some better screening. 3.5 feet on that side is still not much to be able to screen. So you're probably going to end up with a hedge there on that. I guess that's the, I don't know, south side or east side. But yes, show on the landscape plan the existing layout, existing trees, existing elements, and proposed, because we need to see what the changes are here. So,
do you want comment from me, or?
Unless you can, you know, I think we've kind of our comments. If you have some clarification or just, you know, being brief, because that would be.
I'll try to be brief. Part of the reason the landscape plan is rudimentary as it was is I thought we had kind of gone through most of that, and I kind of pulled the information. The second from July of last year had a lot more information as to type and notations of hedges and that kind of thing. So that certainly, I can certainly come back with reinstalling those onto the plan. And I had certainly I had some commentary about it being very busy, so they didn't want to see all the existings, and this was mainly from the planner, but I can certainly put on, for example,
what you can also do is have a plan showing what's existing, and then have this plan that's showing all the proposed, and maybe they're on the same sheet because you have a small scale here. So you don't have to make it totally busy on one plan. You could have existing landscape, and then on your new landscape plan, you know, show maybe where the new paving, you know, the new stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to, I've got the PDF of the second meeting plan, and if you wanted to look at that, I can share it with you right now. But just as
I think we have a pretty good idea. Most of us were here and have seeing the progression of this, and I think it's still some of our comments are carrying forward. So,
and then the only other clarification question I had is, you know, part of the idea of the roof deck is that you're not sitting in a well that's 3 feet tall, and not being able to look out over top of it. And that was one of the reasons that the rail was, I mean, obviously that was one of the reasons I started off with as much glass as I could possibly have, which of course you guys have rejected, and that's fine. I thought that a good middle ground was, I think, the suggestion that you made, which was to have a shorter parapet wall with a rail on top.
That's what so
I think it turns out successfully. I do understand. I think it's Josh that was saying that he thought it would look better if it was a full parapet. But my own personal preference is that if we could figure out a way to allow the shorter parapet with a rail, I think that would feel a lot more open to a person in the well.
Gotcha.
And
Okay. So hold on. Can we just go back through real quick, board members? How strongly do you feel about the parapet? Is the railing okay? Alex, you made that comment. What are your thoughts?
I'm looking at it.
Do you be strongly opposed to keeping the railing?
Well, no. I think the applicant has a point on why he wants that. It looks like a big bar in there. I wonder if maybe you need to do two. I mean, it looks like what, an 1.5 inch, 2 inch bar. Is that what you have in there?
actually, probably bigger than that.
Yeah.
I think it was a 3-inch bar.
I don't know. Maybe there's another way to accomplish what you want. Maybe with a couple of very thin horizontal steel lines or something that kind of goes away. But anyway, I understand your point. Think about it and see how you develop it. I think that this solution, there are other solutions, not glass, but there are maybe other ways you can accomplish something like that.
Yeah, I think a big heavy bar there would be too much weight. I think a couple of lighter ones might do the trick, but anyone else feel strongly any other direction?
Well, it should match the deck, or it should probably match your deck railing. You want to put a little cup of whatever on there, set something down while you're standing there. Same thing you have in your deck railing. That detail should probably indicate what could be done there already, or tie those two details together perhaps.
Okay, it's a good call. And I think also maybe next time start materials and color board, because I don't know. I mean, the concrete patio looks pink to me, so I'm wondering kind of what you're thinking in terms of the direction there. All right, let's keep moving here. So this was for further conceptual. What's the board feeling? Further conceptual / preliminary? It seems like we're getting closer.
Yeah, it would be nice if the applicant provides complete documentation so we can grant a preliminary approval. Like right now, it's a little bit sketchy. Like I said, the landscape plan, maybe it was better before, I don't know. But we only approve what we see, what we have, not some old drawings. So I think we can move forward, yes.
Chris,
Yeah, okay.
I think we have to give them concept before they can go to the zoning administrator, so we may not be able to pair them with the planner commission.
Oh, that's it.
That's I thought it's on the planning.
Yeah, that's correct.
Right.
This is the project is a coastal development permit with a hearing.
All right.
Okay. Well.
All right. Well, we're not.
If I could get concept, I'd be happy to. I mean, I'm obviously going to be happy to bring back some of the old information that I had on the landscaping and all of that. I think the landscaping, I know there was some commentary about the Italian cypress and maybe going in a different direction that has been discussed on our end also. But the general layout of what we're trying to do, the planter sizes, I didn't indicate well enough. I forgot the lady's name that made the comment, was Miss Grubb, is that made the comment about planters up against the house. Yeah. There are several, but they're not noted well enough to.
Okay, so yeah, I think we need to move here. So how does the board feel about granting conceptual and coming back on preliminary? Sounds like the applicant's willing to still make some changes. I don't see any huge, enormous changes like we've had in the past. So does anyone object to granting, or at least granting a conceptual and returning on preliminary so we can get moving on to the next?
No, I don't object. It's a good idea.
Yeah, let's do that.
So, Mr. Chair, I have just a couple of clarifications. If it is going to proceed forward to the zoning administrator, I wanted to clarify. It seems like there's I have one comment that the rooftop deck is still awkward. And so did we determine that the consensus of the board is that by adjusting the parapet wall and eliminating the rooftop railing, that it's okay as proposed?
No.
No.
we said that, actually, we kind of went back on that, Joe, and the applicant made the point that when you're sitting in there, just looking at a parapet wall is, kind of destroys the intent. So we're okay with the railing as long as the railing is proper. And it sounded like a good idea might be to match railing from the deck in the back or something. But so the board is okay with the railing as proposed, or the board is okay with the railing, but not as proposed. So present something that's more in keeping with the architectural detailing on the rest of the house.
Does that ergo mean that we're okay with the roof deck as conceptually?
I think so.
Okay,
Sounds like
that's one of my main
Yeah.
hurdles, and I think that gets me
Yeah. Okay.
what I need.
Joe, anything else?
Yeah, so I guess I could remove the comment that the rooftop deck is awkward.
Yes.
How about consensus on the sun protection shade on the deck?
I'm kind of with Val on this one. I think he tried to stick a structure up there and it's going to throw the whole thing off. I think we've seen one. I mean, was there ever a proposal for a structure up there, or am I thinking of a different project?
Yes,
There
there was. In the first meeting, there was commentary that Josh made, and I fully understand. He even sent me photos about integrating it more as a second story portion of the house. And I explored some concepts and brought them to the second meeting, and I don't think they excited anybody. And I know that they didn't really excite the owner too much. So,
All right.
On our end, it kind of got dropped. I understand what he's saying, which is there's potential with no coverage that it's just going to be a hodgepodge of sun covering.
Yeah, so I think that I got you. We all understand. So
Okay.
The comment is that, there is no comment. There shouldn't be a structure, but the board is concerned that having no structure on the second floor, that there will be, I don't know, a mess of umbrellas. How do we put that into terms? I'm running out of words today.
Risk of a jumble of temporary structures.
Can I just clarify one thing real quickly? And
No,
it might
no,
Okay.
no, we're moving.
All right.
Sorry, but we're just getting way too long-winded here.
Understand.
It sounded like Josh was maybe the only one that really wanted a structure up there. Josh, are you okay with the direction here? Does anyone want to help me out? No? Okay, so we'll just leave that one out. Joe, anything else?
Okay, so no comment there. So real quick, if you don't mind, I'm going to run through the comments that I have, because with this going to the decision makers, some of the comments that seem to be carried forward might be a little difficult for the planner to recommend approval as the plans are shown. So I just want to make sure everyone's on board. So I have Italian cypress is not an appropriate tree for the site. Recommend integrating alternative plants. Landscape plan needs further development. Show existing and proposed landscape elements to document changes.
Okay.
The front deck appears overcomplicated. Provide relief with alternative materials and utilize opportunities for planting. Additional screening needed if lower deck remains concrete. And then additional buffering is needed between front patio and street, as well as go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I think before you move on, I think we've determined that we're not going to get changes out. So I think you could probably just take out that additional planting areas are needed in that deck. Does that make sense?
So, okay.
Read that one
So
again.
where it says front deck appears overcomplicated. Provide relief with alternative materials and utilize opportunities for planting.
Just take
additional
out
screening needed.
Planting.
Okay. So it'll just say provide relief with alternative materials. And then the next statement was additional screening needed if lower deck remains concrete.
Well, I think you could probably put that out too, because that's going to come up in the landscape plan. everybody knows we need screening there, so.
Okay, so we'll remove that. That's part of the landscape planning further development comment then.
Yeah.
Okay, next comment was additional buffering is needed between front patio and street as well as adjacent house to the east. So that seems like more of the, maybe we get rid of that comment and it's part of landscape plan needs further development.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I have concrete decking that wraps around the southeast side, runs right into architecture, study opportunity for foundation planting, delineate where guest parking would be located, board supports rooftop deck conceptually and suggest incorporating existing railing elements from project into deck. Okay, and then the last two, paving on west side of garage should be pulled back towards the street. Does that still need to be accomplished?
You can remove that.
Okay, and then the last one, recommend providing 3D perspective drawings.
I think you can probably remove that. How does the board feel? Anybody adamant?
Remove that.
Okay. Very good.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joe.
Okay, thank you.
So,
All right.
so next time when he comes back, I want to see a professional landscape plan. Let's be very clear about this, right?
Yeah.
Because this is, right now it's not acceptable. So it's really we're accommodating the applicant to move the project forward. But I see a professional landscape plan by a licensed landscape architect with all the window calculations and whatever else it's usually done. Okay.
Yeah, I think the landscape is a big part of this project, so that's important. It doesn't necessarily have to be a licensed landscape architect, but a landscape designer is also permissible for a single family dwelling. So, excuse me. All right, moving on. Item and our final item of the day, it's 3 o'clock. All right. This is the Carpinteria Unified School District new school buildings in Summerlin, request of Joe Wilcox, agent for the Carp Unified School District, for conceptual review of a 2,880 square foot modular building, a 3,200 square foot modular building, and a 384 square foot administrative building. This is at 135 Valencia Road. We had public comment last time from Summerlin ARB and some other folks. And I'll just read through the comments from last time as well, since there's only a few, well, several. Investigate possibility of improving, actually, before I do that, do we have the applicant here with us? I see Joe.
Here.
Yep. Okay. Investigate possibility of improving sidewalk and public right-of-way along Banner Avenue and Varley Street for safety and aesthetics. We're not sure that was possible. Consider ways to make the project look more compatible with the coastal community. Skylight bubbles and roof color of gray are not precedent setting and are appropriate use.
Yeah, those are the wrong comments. They're from the previous meeting. I think they need to be, they were reloaded. I talked to Leah and she loaded the correct comments.
Got it, okay.
We need to go back there.
Thank you, Alex.
Okay.
So what am I going to, the unapproved minutes? No, member copy or just the 10-2?
Yeah,
Yeah, because it's a new version of the member copy. It should be version 2.
New member copy, okay. Sorry about that. All right.
That's the last page, I think. Yeah. Okay.
I still get the same ones.
No, you have to what do you call it?
Hold on, let me, so it's the Word document, member copy, 1002?
Yes.
Oh, because I downloaded all this and I have it in the folder. So can somebody else read them? I guess I'd have to follow the link again.
Read them, but nobody understands what I say. So somebody else that speaks English should read this.
I can read them if you want. To the Summerlin DAI, and it's fine. I've reviewed the latest version of Summerlin school plans dated September 8th and have the following comments. Is this correct from Tom Evans? You want to?
I don't know. I don't
No.
understand very well. It's echoey.
We're the comments on the member copy of the agenda.
Oh, I don't have those up. I can.
All right, hold on. I'll get to it.
Here,
Just a minute.
I can do it. Here are the SBAR comments from the previous meeting. Architectural style is inappropriate and should be more in keeping with the Summerlin community. SBAR understands the budget restraints of the project. However, the architectural style and quality of project is insufficient as presented and doesn't reflect the style of Summerlin community. Style and detailing needs further study. Project could be more whimsical and current proposal doesn't speak to an inviting schoolyard environment for small children. Citing of project and use of topography is appropriate and well considered. The SBAR appreciates the change from modular to stick-built structures, which allows for more creativity and flexibility that should be utilized. Attention to right-of-way along Banner Avenue should be considered. Mass, bulk, and scale are appropriate. Study roof materials, study size, location, and details of windows. Study paint colors, warmer and more interesting colors. Gray roof and darker color scheme could be more appropriate. Roof overhang on south elevation could be extended to provide protection from sun. Study interface between northern and southern plazas. Study the main entrance to the school. As proposed, it appears harsh and uninviting. Study alternative paving materials to asphalt. Chain link fence is very prominent and a different material could improve the appearance. Site design throughout, including retaining walls, are very rectilinear. Restudy. If rectilinear walls are needed, planting could be integrated to soften the walls. Okay, that was the SBAR comments.
All right, take it away, Joe. You have 12 minutes.
Okay, well, we did listen very closely to all your last comments, and I think we've answered them one by one. We showed a couple of photographs, and you can't quite see it here, but this is the home of the waves. So we've kind of got more of a coastal approach. You're going to see the site work is much more curvilinear. This is the entrance as you see it now. And when I went back and looked at this photograph, I noticed all the trash enclosures. You can see how I cleaned that up. The photograph on the bottom is the exact same shot that we use for our 3D simulations. Let's go to the next sheet, please. Next sheet, please, Josh, or who's writing.
That's Josh. Yeah,
Sorry,
Joe.
I'm having trouble hearing you.
Yeah, Joe, you went quiet a few seconds ago.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, so here's another set of drone shots that we use for our 3D. Let's go to the next one. So on this site plan, you're going to see the one big change that we made is we took the upper building and we reduced it by one classroom. And we moved that classroom to the lower building, and that allowed us to shift the main entrance to the west, which gave us a much nicer entrance area. We've also created a pedestrian walkway to the entrance. You'll see in the rendering where we've have a new sort of a porch welcoming building. You can see that all the retaining walls now are more curvilinear to kind of mimic the waves, or maybe even some of the islands out there. We did take the trash enclosure and we put it down off of Varley Street. We will make the parking lot concrete. You can see the site section and how we're dealing with all the terracing, which we did before. I'd like to mention that this has gone to the Summerlin BAR and they've approved it, and also the Summerlin Citizens Association. On the west end of the upper building, there's a dash line with some picnic tables. That's an extended roof that provides more shade. At the upper terrace, there are trellises dashed along those planters with concrete benches. So that's to address the shade issue. When you see the elevations, we've gone from a horizontal siding for most of the building, but wherever there's pop outs, we went with board and bat, and we've come up with some better colors. Again, more of a coastal Summerlin look. So let's go to the next slide, please, or drawing.
Are those little blue ribbons like Details of the
No.
pavement?
That'll be details in the pavement. We're either going to be able to do it with textures or tile. It's all going to depend on where we end up on the budget. But yeah, we definitely want to have some kind of a pattern in there underneath that big shade structure and in front of the classes. So now we've changed, we got rid of the chain link fence. And again, I really appreciate all your comments from last time. I think it really helped the design. You can see that there's the original school bell that the district has saved all these years, and we have sort of a formal entrance now. Anybody coming to the school has to come into the admin part to get onto the campus for safety reasons. We do have a preliminary landscape plan that's not in this presentation, but Jason used it in his 3D renderings from their plant list. So let's go to the next one. Cement board fence. This is very similar. You can see here where we have that roof overhang on the upper building for a shade structure. On the west end, we still have the metal structure, which we had originally. You can kind of read here where the pop outs are board and bat, and then the length of the buildings of the horizontal siding. You can see the trellises in front of the upper classrooms. You can see the little roof form that covers the trash enclosure. Next slide. This is from the corner. Next slide. And one of the things that we did to try to, again, make it feel more coastal is we changed the sign for the school to be a concrete wave form that we thought would be fun. And we've tried to really delineate a pedestrian path. I know you read in the comments about the public right-of-way improvements. We haven't gotten through that part yet. This project is going through a coastal development permit. And I think Jonathan Leach is online in case we have any questions for him. Next slides are the elevations. We've changed the colors to be what we think are more coastal colors. And again, this is concept, so we'll come back with color boards and details when it's time. But that south elevation shows the retaining wall in the building. Next slide. So I just have a list of things that we went through before going through your comments. Is we've changed the colors to blues and grays. The main surface is a shiplap siding, but we have used board and bat to sort of accentuate some of the pop outs. The perimeter fencing has been changed to horizontal fence. We got rid of the chain link fences. The planters were changed to be curvilinear, to be more of wave-like. We actually reduced the size of the upper building so we'd have a nicer entryway. And we were trying to become more coastal. I know it's been a long day for you guys, so I'm here for any questions. And there are additional slides, but it's civil and things we can reference if we need to.
There's a grading plan.
Chris, is that fast enough?
That's darn good. You got 5 minutes and 45 seconds. Well done. Okay, questions from the board? Mr. Bloomer? You're on mute, Josh, if you're trying to speak.
No, I'll save that for comment.
Okay. Ms. Froscher?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. What's the material of that shed in the upper northwest corner of the property?
One of the Summerlin BAR members said that that'd be nice to be horizontal siding. I think at that time, we just didn't give a lot of thought to the storage shed, to be honest. We'll probably make it match the building.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And then another question is, how do you view being used like on the slide that we're on right now, the area to the left of the Summerlin sign? So that end of the lower building is a blank wall, but it looks like there's kind of a plaza back there.
No, that's just the perimeter of the campus. The fence dies into it, and that's the end of the building, and then it's just would be landscaped.
So there's no pedestrian walking over there?
No, there's no pedestrian walkway. There's no place for students to go there.
Okay.
Okay, that's it.
Okay.
Val?
Yeah, that's good. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Peugeot, questions?
No, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Verdiak? Is he still here? John, do you have questions? You're on mute if you do. Uh-oh. John? Okay, we'll come back to you.
What I just said was really interesting too. The, the southeast elevation, that long elevation that's on Varley Street. Are all the classrooms are slab on grade?
Yes.
That's it?
Well,
we felt like we broke it up with that. We felt like we broke it up with that trash enclosure structure to help break up the elevation, and also the pop out for the bathrooms on the west end. It's only 2 classrooms. That's like 90 feet.
Yeah, and I suppose that's, if you're using a modular, those windows are fixed on the southeast elevation.
This is all stick built. We've gone to a metal seam roof, which is 3 and 12 required, so we've increased the pitch.
Okay, so Joe, the description is incorrect here. It says the following structures. Oh, I'm sorry. It still says modular for the buildings.
No.
So I think we need to change that with Nicole. Okay, John, do you have any more questions?
No.
Okay. Ms. Grubb? Can't hear you. Did we lose Kaylee? I don't see your name up here anymore. Fine, don't say goodbye.
It has been a long day.
Okay, well, maybe she's trying to get back on, but I'll go next. Questions? This fence along the entry walk, is that height determined? What is that? Like, looks like 7 feet or something? Is it?
It's about 7 feet, and it's all about security.
So that's your required height then?
It's not required. It's just what the school district would like because of security reasons. We live in a new world,
Oh yeah. Okay. I guess that's it for my questions. Oh, there's Kaylee. We don't have audio yet, but we'll come back to her when she is able to. Okay. So any other questions from the board? All right. Anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? No one's raising their hands. Kaylee, I see you. We have your audio back. Did you have any questions?
Yeah, I'm sorry. My Zoom crashed. My only question was if there's been any type of solar study for the dining tables with the the shade sails. Just wondering how much shade they'll provide for the tables directly underneath them at the specific lunch hours.
You know that this is still concept, and we can definitely do plenty of shading studies when the time comes. Are you talking about the sails or talking about the overhang?
The sails, yeah, for future.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, good question. All right, we do, I believe, have some letters, right? We have a letter from Tom Evans, who represents Summerlin, I believe. Yeah, Summerlin BAR.
No, he's just a community member.
Yeah, he's a community member.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. So I read this yesterday. He's you know,
We don't,
mostly happy.
we don't have to discuss all the comment letters.
No, I won't. And then we have a few other letters. I'm just trying to see if they're in opposition. I think most people are happy with the changes. So bringing it back to the board for comments, Mr. Vice Chair Bloomer.
I only have two main comments. I mean, one, first of all, I think the project's coming along rather nicely and complement the architect on the improvements made to date, especially showing us kind of what the project looks like from the street. I know the sidewalk hasn't been improved, but I think your portion of that is starting to set that up nicely, and like the signage and color scheme and just kind of the general the way the site's being treated, I think is great. So I only had two major comments, one comment and one suggestion. I'm still a little bit struggling with just the military style barracks type architecture, which I think is actually cool in some way because it does make it feel somewhat like it's been here for a while. But I still think more can be done to articulate this. And I would recommend, you know, I think you have a roof pitch change, or you have a break in terms of the plate heights, adjusting at the entry with this entry porch, which I think is nice and successful towards articulating that, like here. And I would question, I see you have some articulation in the roof lines here. So these key points, I think it'd be appropriate to study at least, you know, raising and lowering some sections of the roof. I don't know what the best way to do that is, but I'm just suggesting that it be looked at, and I definitely can see it. You know, here in this corner here, I think let's make this quick. This is successful the way this is articulated. There's some movement and change of plane in here and out front here, but this section in here and here seems to be rather mundane, and I think it should have some attention. Again, there's a particular shot. Oh, here it is. This right here. I think like where these bump outs are. this area here or whatever, you know, here, and I think I see it here. You know, those are opportunities to shift the roof up and down. I think you have some height you could play with. So if this particular part of the roof went up a little bit the way this is, that might help. Anyway, so articulation in the roof line, I think, is appropriate to be studied. And then the other thought I had is this bell. I mean, why not make a little bell tower and put the bell in the bell tower where it's supposed to be, and you can have it work. I don't know, like that might add some architecture to this boring roof that's kind of right in the line of sight of a lot of houses, but maybe a little element there. Put the bell tower in the bell tower, or pop something up here to differentiate this. If this is the front door of the building or the main office, then maybe that should be there. And I guess a third comment on that I'll give you is I think that this entry is kind of underdeveloped for school. I think there should be, I think it needs to be secure and safe and all those things, but I think something a little bit more inviting and primary to the entrance should be done there. Like I think this little door and window scheme throughout the project is nice, but I think here some attention should be paid to how this should feel more like a front door with like a double door or some kind of, I don't know, some kind of treatment there that actually announces that as the entry more, and move it beyond just the kind of plainness of that residential door and window. That's it.
Okay. Member Frosher, comments?
Yeah, I agree with Josh's comments about looking for ways to get still more interest into the roof lines. I do appreciate what you've done compared to where it was last time. Some big improvements here. I really like your pedestrian access and getting people out of the parking lot. But I agree that the entry, which is a really important place at an elementary school, it is the point of entry for everybody, and people will tend to stand around and collect there. And I like that idea of some kind of architectural feature like the bell, and also making the doorway and window sequence more interesting and inviting. And then if we can go to the south elevation. Or even the rendering. How about the
page 6?
The photo sim. Yeah, that one. I mean, that's where you really feel how linear, and I agree also that the west end of that lower building is got good articulation and different roof lines and materials. But the overall feeling, and this really is a primary view as you approach the school, is this southeast corner. And so I feel like it needs more done to it to make it interesting, to break up that kind of barracks. It does still have the barracks feeling, to get some more sun protection, because it is the due south blazing exposure there. And then to really look at the east end of that building, whether it gets some kind of special landscape feature or something that is another announcement. I know they had that great mural painted on their old building. Maybe there's an opportunity there for a big mural, but something that's an interesting introduction to the property on that end. And then Tom Evans did have some good comments. I think his comment about the shed was good, that the shed shouldn't be forgotten because it's right in the middle of a lot of activity. So people will be around it all the time. And then also the fencing along Varley. I think it's the next rendering where you really get a sense of it being very tall and kind of relentless, and maybe it can be undulated or stepped. Maybe it's the other direction.
Yeah, I think he had a really good point as well.
Yeah, what he said would be less imposing if it was a step top or even a wave pattern. Yeah. Can you get to that slide?
It would be page 5.
No, it's one of the 3Ds. There you go.
This one, yeah.
Right now it's following the ramp, but we need to study that more.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty imposing, and again, it's a place where a lot of pedestrians walk by it. So,
right.
But I appreciate the sun screening that you have done. I think you could do more, but the two ends of the upper building with those covered roofs are definitely going to be a welcome feature. And the fact that you've undulated the walls of the planters feels better as well. So,
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Val. Father Pujol.
Yeah, it's been a long day and we finally see a good project. So thank you, Joe, for bringing a light of some hope to the weekend, something worth looking at. I agree with my colleagues. I think you've done an excellent job bringing this up. And I also agree with all the comments. I wrote down two things. One is landscape and the other one is shade. Landscape is like, I'd like to see the landscape plan. I think there's a lot more that you can do. Maybe you're not showing it, but it will make everything look so much better. Like for instance, in the front, let's see what in the page 7, you see the entrance with the parking. You can do a heck of a lot more landscaping there. All those walls around the parking and in front of the. You can have some vines against the parking wall or trees, or there's a lot more that you can do there. and it will be great. And in terms of shade, I agree with the comments on shade. I think the south elevation of both buildings could have longer overhangs, or maybe that's all it needs, especially on the upper building. Let's see what slide shows that. I mean, you could see how it would help a lot. How you would feel walking in that hallway with more overhangs on the northern building, on the south face of the north wing. Maybe that's all it takes. But anyway, thank you for doing this. You guys are doing very well. Keep at it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Vertiak, comments?
Yeah, I agree with these comments that have been made. That southeast elevation really needs some work. But what you've done with the other elevations, you could imitate that, maybe extend the roof over to try to shade those windows. And but other than that, I think that it's come a long way. It looks good, and I know you have very little to work with, but you're doing a good job, so keep at it.
Thank you.
That's
John. Member Grubb, comments? Kaylee, you're on mute.
Okay, I apologize, and I'm sorry for my poor connection. I agree with the comments about the articulation of the roof and studying the fence along that ramp there. And then just my question that turned into a comment for a shade study for the picnic tables. With Alex, there's some kind of along pedestrian access on the way to the entrance. I think maybe that fence could either get stepped back for a little planting strip there, or some configuration where as you walk, there's a little bit of softening there. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Josh, can you go back to that, the overhead 3D of the entrance again? I think it's too forward, maybe.
Go to 7, number 7.
So first of all, I agree with pretty much all the comments. And I mean, this, especially the site planning, is night and day from last time. I think you've done a tremendous job improving this elementary school, and I'd be happy to go there one day.
Something to look forward to.
Something to look forward to in my next life. I had definitely connected with Alex's comment about developing more landscape for this zone. I certainly think that you could, this would be a great spot if this was a little bit bigger, to have a big shade tree and just kind of shade this whole entry zone, because a lot of people will stand there for a long while.
Yeah.
And that's a great spot for shade. I think moving, if possible, pushing this fence line back, especially even if you only did it at the corner, just to bring that in a little bit and get another planter right in here to help soften up that corner, because that corner of that fence is kind of right in your face. And then I wondered I like Josh's idea about I think it'd be really great actually if the bell worked, even if it wasn't working, to mount that up there. I think that's a really smart idea. And then I'm looking at the flagpole going, it just, I don't know, for some reason to me, it just looks pushed to the
Wrong
side.
place. Yeah, should be out by the street.
Yeah.
I had a question. To your point, Chris, maybe doing like a little trellis or some kind of like
Yeah, I think
entrance
a
here.
trellis would be really inviting.
Yeah,
Add
definitely.
some shade. I don't know, like a little entry place with the flag in the front out proudly.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. So basically, maybe either the flag could go right where Josh has it or where I'm drawing it in that little planter, and then maybe the tree could go over here because that's the south side. So something, we'll look forward to the landscape plan. I think it's going to be really important that you find opportunities for shade. That's really about it. I think you can definitely soften up
Chris?
this zone here. Yep.
Can I make a comment, Chris?
Sure.
So Josh's idea about the bell, we tried that.
Mhm.
And it made the building look like a locomotive. We didn't like it. I'm just telling you, we'll take another stab at it, but it just did not feel comfortable, but we'll look at it again.
Okay, what if it was,
I had the exact same idea.
like in
Nice
the
that
second
it's down
floor
at the
street?
ground. I mean, you know, the kids will be able to touch it down there at the ground and bang on it and ring it. So that might be fun too.
Hey,
If
who
I was a
doesn't
little
love-
kid, I'd probably
Who
smack
doesn't
it with my
love
lunchbox.
locomotive?
And we originally had it out towards this wall you talked about where the flagpole was going to go, Chris.
Yeah.
But we were afraid that it might be so close to the street that it would get vandalized, so we popped it in closer to the admin building. So that's
The flagpole, you mean?
process.
Well,
Yeah.
shouldn't it be somewhere where when you assemble the students outside and they do their like pledge allegiance and stuff like that? I mean, don't they do that in assemblies now? Shouldn't it be somewhere where all the kids can see it?
We'll study.
Like, you know,
Let's
I
study
don't
it.
know.
You could go where the bell is here. I don't know, but it just looked pushed off to the side.
Yeah.
And then
Okay.
I had some other comments, but I forgot. Oh well. Nice work. Yeah, I think that, I mean, that's about it. Just softening this whole entry. You did a great job by having a separate entrance. I think that's brilliant. And moving, this fence to me is my biggest bother still. So I think we can soften the corner of it, put a vine on top of it, something. I like the idea of an entry arbor of some sort.
Yeah.
Like Josh had just mentioned. And then
We'll have to have some more bake sales to pay for all this.
Yeah, right. It's not a required or anything, but I definitely think you could just move that fence in just a little bit on the corner and get another little planter right there. That's going to help soften. But anyway, any other comments from the board?
No.
Okay, you are here for conceptual. So I think you can come back or preliminary, at least. How does everyone else feel?
Agree.
Go anywhere after this?
No, I agree. I think preliminary is fine.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
So come on back for preliminary approval. We'll look forward
Okay,
to it.
thanks, guys.
Okay. Very
Great
good.
job. Good job,
Thank you very
John.
much.
Thank you, guys. We appreciate it.
All right, that was another long one, folks. Someone want to make a motion to rank into adjourn?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Are we clear on the comments on
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Joe, are you set there?
Yeah, I'm set. I think I got a bunch of comments, and I think everything seems pretty clear to me. I'm happy to go through them if you would like, though.
I think it sounds like you got a good handle on it.
Okay.
You can always fine tune them in that, when we do the minutes next. But it's up to you, Joe. You want?
No, I think I'm good. Everything seemed pretty clear, and there was consensus. So.
Okay. Very good. We have a motion to adjourn, Alex.
So moved. Yes.
We
I'll
have a second.
second.
Second by John. All those in favor, say aye.
Bye.
Aye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Have a good weekend, Al. Good job, Chris.
Thanks, guys.
Not for now.
Yeah.
Thank
care.
you.
Thank you,
I didn't
Joe.
even
Thank
use
you.
the mute button.
Yeah, thank you all.
Yeah, well, you threatened it.
That's what did it. All right,
Thanks,
kids.
Leah. Bye-bye. Good night.